We're opening the meeting at 5:31. So first I'm going to ask for public comments, but if you are here about short-term rentals or Act 181 or anything that is already on the agenda, I would ask that you wait until that time because they're coming up pretty quick. So does anyone have any other public comments?
I think we have two add-ons to the agenda, Julie, which they're both here, so I'll let them ask for those in the appropriate areas.
Okay, so we need to add something to our agenda, so we're going to need to make a motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to add to the agenda to the new business engineering services proposal from Edmund Kesslering on the Winhall Hollow and Winhall Hollow and Kendall Farm culvert replacements.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I make a motion to add the permitting to the agenda.
I'll second.
Under new business.
Motion's been made and seconded. Can I get a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And there was somebody else who needed to add something to the agenda?
Yes.
That me?
Yes, that's you, Eric.
Yeah, hi, I'm Eric Moses. I want to add the topic of an opportunity to leverage congressional direct spending funds to
State or federal?
federal.
Okay.
I make a motion to add federal funding to under new business for Eric Moses.
I'll second it.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we've added those two things to the agenda under new business. Chief? Can I ask? I just,
Yeah.
no one who isn't on the agenda has public comments, correct?
Thank you. Hello, Stacy.
Hi, sorry, a bit of a parking issue out there.
I bet. It's almost like going to the fair, isn't it?
Kind of something like that.
Oh, did you leave one for Stuart?
I would.
Okay.
So yes, I'm leading the meeting. Stuart will be late, but he will be here.
So, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary, busy March, kind of continues the trend for the year so far during the winter. A couple of updates, one on hiring for the position that will be vacant October 1st. We've had a couple of interviews. We are moving forward with one of the candidates with background polygraph, and so that'll be over the next several weeks as we work towards that. I'll keep you guys updated on the progress that we make, but ultimately leading to hopefully a hire here shortly.
Is it someone who's already trained, or will we be putting?
Yeah, both of the interviews were with level 3 certified officers that would be ready to go with a short field training process. Just to get familiar with the way we do things here. We do have the festival coming up. We are good to go. Festival at Stratton, the Gather Outdoor Festival, April 11th and 12th. We're ready to go. We'll have everybody available and on duty throughout that festival. We've also brought in help from Dover PD and Manchester PD. Department of Liquor Control will be there as well, and then the state police will be on the outside helping us with traffic and stuff as well. Part of that was a contract. Most of the additional funding for the additional officers and shifts will be paid, or all of it will be paid by the people putting on the festival, the promotion. Greg just completed some training updates. Greg just completed an advanced pediatric care program down in Townsend. Haven is started, he's 1 month into his EMT training, his initial EMT training. And I believe that will conclude in June, July timeframe, so it'll be good to go this summer. We just had our response to resistance training last month, and we're gearing up for our TASER recertification and training this month. And then Jake will be attending a background investigation class this month, actually April 30th and the 1st at the Academy. And one note on the major case that we had up at Stratton this month was an altercation involving a firearm. It's an active investigation, continuing to work hard on it and making some progress. But other than that, you can see the arrest and the incidents that we've had throughout March.
All right. Do you have anything else?
That's all I have listed for you guys today.
Thanks so
Any
much,
questions
Chief.
at all? We good?
No, thank you, Derek. Thank you. Oh,
I'm a joy remaining officer.
I'd sell tickets to your polygraph and probably have a bigger crowd than this. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah?
Try one.
All right, thanks.
thanks,
Thanks,
Chief.
Derek. Have a great night.
Okay, we are moving on to the short-term rentals revised draft ordinance review and public input. I know several people are here for that. I would ask that we speak one at a time. I will call people who raise their hand. I'm going to let Christy start with a few of the key changes that are being made in the ordinance.
Okay, well, you guys all know that this has been an interesting year, trying to get this ordinance, getting everybody to comply. It's definitely been tough. We've had, our original platform became a challenge. We're switching platforms, we should go live with that one on Monday. This ordinance was one that, when I arrived, the ordinance was in play and nothing had happened yet with short-term rentals. So there's a lot that's been learned along the way. I will say that the standout changes that I believe are in here have to do with, well, the biggest one is that I'm trying to go get approval to have a +2, so it would be your septic permit, whatever that allows, +2 additional people. I think that there is something to be said in a big way for the economy that's brought into the town of Winhall as a result of having the Airbnbs. And I think it has huge value. It provides, we have people who clean, who caretakers, all kinds of things. And I think that's, it's been hard on people who have not been able to advertise for what they were used to being advertised for. So I know that doesn't fill the gap, but I think it helps. And then the bigger thing is to try and get everybody on the same playing field. And to that end, there are 110 licensed STR licenses right now. There are a number that I am actively pursuing and who are in a state of accruing fines. There is one, possibly two, but definitely one where legal action is being taken. We've got a town attorney. And in part of redoing this ordinance is to make certain things like the application process easier. I mean, in that regard, I don't need a copy. I don't think we need a copy of anybody's insurance certificate. I think if you want to rent your home, I like to think that you have taken the time to have the insurance so that if something goes wrong, you're going to be able to, your house is covered. There are other things that I have shrunk down and tried to clarify. One of the big standouts too was the fire inspection. We've learned that for the Vermont fire inspection, if you have 9 or more guests, you need that Vermont fire inspection with the inspector coming to the home and signing off. And what comes with that is, they expect a commercial fire alarm system, which I know is an expense, a serious expense as I understand it. And I know that's tough. With 8 or less, you can self-certify your home. And in one of the forms that everybody has to fill out, which is a safety, health, and financial obligation form, there is a section in there that has fire safety guidelines. So by filling that portion out, you in essence have covered your 8 or less self-certifying. And that is part of this. On the new platform, there are 4 documents you'll have to upload, one of them being the septic permit, one of them being a parking plan, the fire safety and financial obligation form, and the Vermont fire inspection. If you need to have that, that will be the optional one. Things that are important are, contact, being able to reach people who are managing the property owners. And, I definitely have struggled with how to rectify for those who played the game by the rules from the get-go with those that are still a pain in my ass, to be completely frank, right now, because it's not, sorry, it's not, one would hope that people would take it more seriously, and if everybody's on the same playing field, it would be better for everyone. Anyway, I have, I have a list. I will catch up with that list. And the ordinance outlines more of the penalties that would be incurred if somebody continues to try and dodge the process. The other thing that the ordinance does is we set a new, again, this isn't approved, this is Christie things I would like to do. One of them is I would like to have a November 1st date, or actually it's October 31st, so that everybody is on a similar renewal cycle. So those people who did actually pay for their original registration in August, September, or early October, they'll get the extra 3 months before they have to renew. I know it's not a lot compared to what was lost, but trying to do something. And then I'm also hoping to get approval to have the renewal fee be half of what the original fee was. And but for a new owner or first-time registrant, they will still have to pay that original fee, so that nobody's just hanging out waiting just to get to, another the next year. Or so, it's got to be the same, so it's fair. So anyway, so those are, I would say, some of the standout things. There's a lot of, I'm going to say legalese and definitions and that kind of thing that are in the draft as well. Hopefully, I obviously would like to hear what people have to say. I feel like I can understand it from all sides, and my goal is to have us hear what you guys have to say. We all reflect on it. When we come back in 2 weeks, we can do any additional tweaks, because we really can't communicate in between, unfortunately, I don't think. But anyway, and then the idea would be to have an approval at our meeting on a draft approval. I don't know exactly how it works, but on May 6th, and then it would take 60 days, I think, before it goes into effect if somebody doesn't contest it. So that's where I am. And if somebody would like to ask a question, give me some input, I'm very happy to listen. Randy.
Are all the new things you just talked about, are they on the website?
Are they on the website?
Yeah, have you put
No, it's
the new
not.
changes?
The new changes are not yet. When I spoke with the town, because I have worked with a town attorney too, she said, bring this initial draft. You got to just talk about it here. When we get to that, when conceptually everybody likes what they're seeing, then I believe we don't have to, but I would like to be able to at least do a bullet point, something or other, so that people who want to see, what's proposed in the, can actually read what is proposed. I don't think we have to post something until we approve something, and then I believe it does have to be posted, and if somebody wants to contest it or file, I'm not sure exactly how it works, they can try to send it back for more drafting. My hope is that I get enough input between, right now, and can do the best that we can before we ask for an approval.
Yes. Okay, and we have someone on the phone who would like to speak, who could not be in person.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Kelly.
Thank you, and apologies, I had a surgical procedure. That is the only reason I am not there. I will be in attendance in 2 weeks, no matter what. But before I say my 3 talking points, one thing I need to call out is I know that Christy has been busting her butt to try to make things right. So I in no way in what I'm about to say am attacking Christy for her efforts. I know that she was kind of given the short end of the stick here. But I do have 3 very important talking points. This is coming from Kelly and Elton Coleman. We run a vacation rental business, and in Winhall, our short-term rentals, anything 4+ bedrooms, this past year have been decimated with these rules. And I'm talking to people following the rules, not the people breaking the rules. Point 1 that Christy's already called out to the septic. We have 5-bedroom homes that we can only advertise for 7 to 8 people because of septic head count. As everyone knows, septic head count is rated for full-time occupancy. If you really want me to break down numbers, I did a lot of research. I can show you all of the actual stats, and I can show you where I got my sources from. I do have that for you. But average annual occupancy in Stratton and the surrounding areas is 44 to 45%, so 161 to 164 nights a year. If you look at a different study, if you look just at Stratton, it's 27%. So let's split the difference. We can easily say that it's 140 to 170 nights a year that short-term rentals are rented. That's 45% of the time, so not even half the year. Given those numbers, that's why I strongly believe in exactly what Christy was just talking about. Look, we want rules too. Elton and I do not want party houses or houses that have 20 people in it that are disturbing all the neighbors, but we strongly, vehemently believe that septic +2 is above and beyond fair for the short-term rental head count. And as Christy also mentioned, anything over 8, you still have to have that fire marshal come. So a lot of people are going to stick to 8 people because they want to self-certify. So, 9+, they're still going to have to do it right and have the fire marshal come. So septic +2 seems more than fair. The rule breakers, this is really the main enormous pain point for my owners and for me, quite frankly, because my bottom line is being affected by these rules because of the people breaking the rules. Winhall, really, I need to know how they're going to make it right for the people who did follow the rules. Not just me, not just my owners, but all of the owners, 110 people who did actually sign up. Because people are fully aware that many people are hiding their properties in multi-level LLCs. They're tagging their homes as Stratton and Jamaica to avoid the rules. They're sending back certified letters so that they can claim, oh, we didn't know about the changes. And best yet, the biggest slap in the face to everybody in Winhall, especially the rule followers, they're getting certified with the town so that they can make their listing look compliant. And 2 weeks later, they're switching their head count right back to the higher head count. So just so you all know, for people who don't know how short-term rental platforms work, the very first thing that search engines do when you first log in, the first thing it asks you is where are you going, what are your dates, and how many people. So you type in Stratton, that's going to bring up the surrounding areas. You type in your dates and you type in 10 people, automatically none of the people following the rules, even in a 5-bedroom house, are going to show up. So guess who is still showing up? All the people breaking the rules. So now here's the biggest kicker, is that by eliminating the rule followers from that pool, now you've made it even easier for the people breaking the rules to capitalize on the backs of the people following the rules because you've eliminated their competition. So 110 people, let's say not all of them are 4+ bedroom homes. So let's say 50 houses have now been eliminated from their competition pool, right? So I know you're switching to a different software, and that's going to help Christy in trying to catch these people. But honestly, how are you going to make it right? Are you going to shut down their listings for a full year, take them out of the equation the way that we were taken out of the equation for a year? Are you actually going to stick to the $500 a day fine that was supposed to be in place? Is that going to be clawed back? Or is it going to be kind of a slap on the wrist, and the people who have signed up, we're going to continue to hear, oh, I'm so sorry, it was a learning year, right? It's a lot of income that is being lost, and the people not following the rules are the ones capitalizing on it. And lastly, a lot of houses in Winhall are now up for sale. So if somebody has fines levied on them, or if they have broken the rules for this past year, and now they decide to cut bait and sell, are those fines going to be clawed back, or do they just get to laugh all the way to the bank? Not only did they get this year, but now they get to sell their house scot-free. So a lot of things around the rule breakers that really needs to be addressed, kind of first and foremost. A registration fee, Christy just covered it, so I don't need to go into that too much. But I do very much agree that the $500 per bedroom is crazy, especially when after 3 bedrooms we're being told, oh, you can only sleep 1 per bedroom unless you're on city septic. But it sounds like Christy's on a great page. I think 50% of that renewal fee for subsequent years will be fair, as long as you do keep the initial people signing up to that first kind of outrageous sign-up fee. Bottom line, it really does have an economic ripple effect that a lot of people aren't thinking about, and that probably weren't thinking about this when these rules were initially passed. Each short-term rental, on average, for a short-term rental, generates an estimated $2,000 to $3,000 annually in local spending. That's outside of what they pay for the property. So this is restaurants, retail, attractions, services. So with only 50 rentals, you make $100,000 to $175,000. If you have 110 paid, let's say about 60 that Christy has flagged as not paid, and quite a few more that we just haven't tracked down yet. So figure 200 short-term rentals. If you're splitting the difference at $2,500 per listing, you're talking $500,000 in economic revenue that these short-term rentals generate for the community. So a compromise really, really needs to be met, and the rule breakers need to be punished, not so much every single short-term rental owner.
Thank you, Kelly. We appreciate your input.
Okay, Kelly, I do appreciate your input, and I think you know that I wish there was an easy fix for this. There are a number of people who are rule breakers who are accruing fines as we speak, but it's a process to get to the point where that money, or where they have to pay that fine. In the new ordinance, I have proposed that any fines that are not paid become a lien on the property. So if it were to sell, the money gets clawed back, at that point. Between here and there, as I said, the original platform was pretty terrible. It ended up being that, I felt like I was more of a detective I would receive anonymous, just STRs, and then I'd have to take the STR, figure out the address, then I'd have to figure out, I could find the owner, but to be able to really go after people, it tends to be better to have an email so you can actually attach the link to the property as it stands in that moment. So it's been tough. The new platform I do believe will be helpful, but I do have a fairly substantial list that I'm still working on, and I do intend to continue a fine. They're getting fined. Like some people I think they've escaped, and I just haven't caught up to them yet. It's kind of how I feel. So I don't. But so the recourse for those who played the game by the rules, there isn't a clean recourse. I wish there was, but I can only do what I can do, and I will do, which is to try and account for things in the ordinance that, like I said, the lien, and I think the example of some who have been caught and then had to pay, a $500 a day fine when they were approved for a license for 5 bedrooms and 8 guests, but then were advertising for 6 bedrooms and 14 guests, and it was, I either came across it or it was brought to my attention, and they had to both switch their advertisement and pay $500 $500 a day, until it was switched or until they took it down, and then, still had to pay $500 a day. But I had a few of those that got caught, switched, and paid some fines. So I think that word is getting out more. I think there are some people, like I said, I have one that's really, the lawyer's handling it at this point because I'm just not, they don't respond to me. And, if somebody doesn't respond to me, I can only do so much, and now I'm doing more. So I'm trying to accommodate or account for, not accommodate, but account for the rule breakers. I don't know how far it will go, but I do think that in the new ordinance, there are definitely penalties that will get somebody's attention. And on the other side of that, I agree on, obviously, the +2, I think, makes a real difference for people, and I do think the fees should be less for renewal. I don't know if there's something else that's specific that I can address for you, but I do hear you. I've made notes. Making notes meaning I have spoken with you before, and I have, I understand what you're saying, and I also do appreciate, as I've said to all of you, that there is a real economy that comes into this town as a result of having, these short-term rentals. So it's a double-edged sword, but I think that we're shooting ourselves in the foot to not pay more attention to the value that is here as a result of them.
Beth?
Thank you.
Kelly, I just want to follow up with how we're trying to catch some of these people. If you see me physically out there at 5:30 in the morning driving around taking pictures of your house and the amount of cars at your house, that's what I'm doing to follow up. I'm also watching every social media link I possibly can. I have joined every possible rental in the area that I can. I help Christy with investigative stuff. So I think we're trying our hardest to catch the people that are trying to skirt around signing up for the program.
And to go a step further, sorry, I think that in the new ordinance, again, if it's approved, that the penalties will also, if somebody takes the time to read it, which, by the way, anybody who claims that, I didn't get it, or this doesn't apply to me. If you are renting in a town, it is on you to know what the, rules are, what the ordinance is that you need to follow.
Exactly.
It is not up to a short-term, rental administrator to chase you down. You need to know what's going on in the town you're choosing to rent, and you need to abide by those guidelines. So those rules, those laws, whatever, the ordinance.
So, sir?
Yes, I just had a couple questions, and thank you. We spoke several times because you helped me out. My name is Carl Pate.
Oh, okay, yes, okay, thank you, yes.
So I'm one of the rule followers to the fault.
Right.
And basically kind of got screwed with that because I bought a house back in 2017, and it was listed as a 5-bedroom as far as the real estate was concerned, but the town had it as a 4-bedroom.
Yeah. It's tricky, I know.
Well, how do I know? I look at the real estate statement. So not only did I have to pay for water and sewage all the way back to bring it back up, I also had to pay for the fee for the number of bedrooms,
right.
And then you enlightened me that you can only have X number of guests, so I actually had to drop the advertisement of what it could be to the 8, which I complied with. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, it's not going to ruffle my feathers because of the location of the home, but it is, to play by the rules and have people not play by the rules and get away with it, as the young lady on the phone pointed out. Mm-hmm. That's a distinct disadvantage.
Yeah.
And for me personally, right, I've invested quite a bit. We started with one, we have a condo, and we manage another 14 properties up in the Vermont area. Mm-hmm. So I'm all for this. I just hope that some of these license fees go to improvement of Winhall, otherwise what's the point, right? So, and I hope it's not going to the the state capitol where, you don't know where that money's going. We've also invested in the 53 Route 30, that's
I
our
remember
property.
speaking with you, now I know, because I
Yeah.
haven't got your name.
Yes, so we're redoing that, and
Right.
if you saw it before and you see what's happening, you can see we're putting a lot of investment
Into it.
into this community area. So I just had a couple questions. One is the septic plus 2. What is driving the number? Because, to me, it should be the bedroom count with beds. And for somebody who's an operator, and I don't know if other people are,
Right.
I don't want anybody exceeding my limits. In fact, I have IP cameras, and I have a caretaker, so if that happens, I'm the first one to say, hey, you broke the rules. I'm calling the sheriff, the young guy there with the gun, and, get him out. And, you lose your money because you broke all the rules.
Right.
We want to keep,
So
we have a lot invested in the property, right? So we don't want a house party. And
Right.
I don't want 20 people coming into the place that it can sleep 12. That's what it's, and I advertised it for 8 now.
Yeah.
That being said, what's driving, is it the septic or is it the bedrooms?
Well, the septic is your permit for number of bedrooms on your property. So
Even
it's a
if you're on sewer
wastewater.
too?
If you're on the Winhall Stratton Fire District, then it's the number of units that you pay for, and you do get 2 per unit. So if you have 5 bedrooms and you're Winhall Stratton, and you're on the Winhall Stratton, you are allowed 10 people. You also, at that point, you do cross into, you have to have that Vermont State Fire inspection. And that inspection is, it's state law, you have to have a commercial fire system that's a central alarm system, but commercial, which is somehow just different than the
Yeah, that's the rub, right?
It's very expensive.
That's very expensive,
Yeah.
because you're talking about that, at that point, to be honest with you, I'd sell the place, because I can't put $100,000 into it for a commercial.
Right, for a commercial, yeah. And I don't know, to me, if you have a central alarm system and it works and it's a central alarm system, I gotta tell you, I'm not sure why it has to be a commercial central alarm system, but I'm not the state, I don't make those laws, so they obviously have a reason for it. But that's the rub, as you say, when you go over 8 people.
Okay, and then my other question to you, you said 110? That's who've registered? Because it's more than 110.
Oh, they're
I'm on top of
definitely,
this.
no, I know.
I have many programs.
Yeah.
I know who's out there. I know who the competition is.
So there are 110 that are registered. There are some who are claiming that they're doing less than 14 nights, who I am fairly confident are not doing less than 14 nights, but that's a different challenge, one that I've not given up on, by the way. There are some that are pending, like they're in motion. But it's only because I have had to track them down, and obviously I've had some help identifying some of them, but it just hasn't been easy. So, and there are some I have not even caught up with yet that are on my radar, but it takes so much more time. You think, okay, I found one, I've got the address, I know that this is the address. Okay, now I've got to try and find an email, because emails, if somebody hasn't registered, I don't have an email, because I need to attach a link, because a lot of time we sent out certified 120 certified letters. I probably got 35 of them back. People just rejected them, no forwarding, just didn't sign for them and get them. And so it doesn't just work with a certified letter, although it should. So that's where the part comes in that, it's up to you, it's your responsibility if you're renting in a given town to know what their ordinance or their guidelines are. So it's a process, and then once I reach them, I get all kinds of, I didn't know, blah, 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 blah. And so I have to go back and forth, and then I start off with, you need to, every situation is different, but it's busy. There are a lot of them, and yes, I have a list, and I'm working on it.
Okay, and do you get any assistance from the platform providers? So
the original platform provider, I would say there were some, it was helpful in the beginning, but then it wasn't. They didn't pick up, they were supposed to scrape the internet for the various ads, and it was supposed to basically feed me, ads with address addresses, and it stopped. It didn't work. We ended up changing platforms, which has been a process, and the good news is, on the new platform, I can see some of the properties now, but we are not registering through that property. It's hopefully next Monday is when we'll start registering through that property. But that is more helpful because that platform actually has, they show the bookings and they show when somebody's crossed out for their own personal time. So I think it's a more helpful platform. It's in many regards. And the original platform, it was close to impossible to speak with somebody or get help. It was, if I needed technical support, it was just too much. So this one,
wasn't the best.
it was not.
I'm pretty savvy with software and.
Right, yeah, you see, even getting registered.
You kidding me with the platform, so
Yeah.
it was challenging just to register.
Just to register.
And following the rules, right?
Yeah. So anyway, the new platform, I have somebody, I can text her and she'll respond. Like I have, which is great. And then as far as everything else, I have anonymous tips that I get. So I have, my list of those. I have, fortunately Beth knows this town inside and out. So sometimes when I'm trying to find an address, she really is out there locating for me, with me. And so it's, it works in a bunch of different ways. I have to compare things to the Access GIS, make sure the address, it's finding addresses. I get help here and there, but it's a process.
And don't hesitate to drop a dime on these people that aren't following the rules.
I'll put it to you this way. I've just retired from the corporate job that I had, or I guess I got pushed out because I was old, but another story.
Stop talking old.
Yeah, I don't feel old, but that's how they saw me. So I will have a lot more time on my hands, so we'll be attacking this project, which is taking forever, and wrapping that up. But I would have and I will be living up here, I would say 3-4 months out of the year. So things will change for me, and I'd be more than happy to.
That's very nice of you.
Help
Thank you. I
and
appreciate
assist you
it.
in any way, shape, or form. Because if we're not following the rules, it's what's the point of having the rules?
I think that the ordinance, the new ordinance, will be very helpful. I do. So.
And I'm going to turn this meeting back over to...
No, you keep going. I'm not up to speed.
Oh, okay.
You go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry I was late, but
Does
no, you keep.
Does anyone else have any comments on short-term rentals? And Teresa, sorry. I almost called you Andrea.
Hi, Christine. So I've been following this from the inception, before it even became a document in the town. We were here in this room with Marcel and the Planning Commission. And I realize this is a working document even after this next round, when you get it approved. But I just wondered, right now, there's a new language you mentioned about a lien on the property. Do you have anything that go any further than that in the language? Because this is why I'm saying it, is there's always a but with me,
Right.
The concern I have is, it could be transferred between family members, and doing the same thing, you know what I mean? So is an actual lien on the property, or is it a lien on the homeowner? And so I just wondered what the process. Are you going to
I probably could answer that better. So anytime, obviously our land records are not online for a reason, mainly to protect the people of this town so that there aren't any scamming things going on. They literally have to come through me. Every title searcher that comes in, paralegal or lawyer, and they need certain documents from me, they never hesitate to ask me on the person they're doing the search for, whether they're buyer or seller. I have a list, and I already know what that list is. So I have no problem saying, don't forget about, there's a new lien in there. Don't miss that new lien the town's put against them for short-term rental.
So I guess really the question is are you intending to take it further than just a lien, like seizing the property, putting it up for tax sale, for instance, something like that? I don't know.
I don't think that we
I'm not
legally...
suggesting that.
Yeah, I don't think legally,
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
I-
going a little bit.
yeah.
No, I think
But
the lien,
even your point about moving it, wouldn't that incur a transfer tax?
Absolutely, there's
And
nothing
that fee
they,
is way more than
there's
a
nothing,
$500 fine, right?
$500 a day.
A few times.
there's no transfer that goes through this town without going through me.
I know that.
Myself.
I know that.
Al, my assistant, does not do any transfers. They all go through me. I'm gonna know if something's sketchy. Just like if the tax,
There could be other things I'm not even
Teresa,
thinking of.
let me just-
I'm just wondering, is the lien the end of the road? That's all I was wondering.
I think, so like I said, there's one that's become illegal, in our executive session this evening, we'll be discussing it because we can't discuss
Right.
specifics,
Sure.
but I believe that people will want to satisfy things before you get to that point. That's really the best I can offer right now. But the outside, I think for most people, I think that even the idea or threat of a lien on your property would motivate one to want to solve the problem, you know? And if you try to solve the problem, there is leeway in what's been accrued, you know, it all is, there's a basis for how things accrue and there's a basis for how things can be settled, so.
Anyone else have anything on short term?
Yep.
Yep, go for it.
So I'm a caretaker in the area, and I have to say that Christy has been amazing to deal with. I've dealt with a lot of my customers that are going through this whole process, and they're like, I don't know who to call, what do I do? So I reach out to Christy and send some numbers so they know back and forth. A lot of them are just, they don't know. They're trying to go, ride a bike and try to stay on the training wheels and try to figure this out. We're just very lucky to have you because you put up with a lot, because a lot of people are just thinking that, oh, we just want you out of our town, we want you to sell your house, this is for the local people to live in. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. These are very nice houses. They're $700,000, $800,000 houses. And this town is getting the benefit when they rent their houses, as Kelly said.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that are breaking the rules, and I see it a lot as well.
Well then, yeah, be sure to.
Oh, yeah, that's the things. The people that are following the rules, they're the ones that should be making the money. The people that are breaking the rules should be getting the fines, 100%.
well, and you know, Levi, why we had to get this? Because we had noise problems, we had late night parties, we had people with 30 bags of trash out that then the bears were getting in and taking it to the neighbor's property, or maybe the bear was getting disposed of because now it's a nuisance bear. The parking in the town roads, I mean, it was just on, and we had no teeth.
Right, and
This gives us teeth.
there's other towns that are limiting people to nights.
Right.
I think that what you guys are doing is not limiting people to their nights. Do we need to do that? No, I don't want to do that. And I don't think this town needs that.
Never the intention
No.
was to stop it. It was to try to put guardrails on it so that there were. Does anyone else have anything about short-term rentals? Trevor?
Yeah, it's actually to touch on the wordage on the parking, because, we've had this discussion 100 times. It's hard for us as a highway department to deal with these cars, and it's a new batch of people every weekend. We know that we've had this discussion, so I was wondering how's the wording now for the parking bans, because there was discussion of ways to deal with it, because for me to call the cops to go deal with the cars parked in the way, they'll tow the car, do what they gotta do, follow the ordinance, but next weekend we got a whole new group of people. So has there been any consideration of, instead of fining the people that own the car, go after the people that own the house to try to make sure that the word is spread?
Well, that's the idea behind, that's the idea behind that they have to submit a parking plan as part of, so, and then, it's supposed to be one car per two people, that are in that can park. I get plans and it looks like they look good. So unless I am hearing something from you or someone in the highway department directly, which gives me a flag on a specific address, which I would love, you can do that.
Yeah.
That helps me, because then I can try to, make note and take a look, and because I can go back in and look look at the parking plan and say, wait a minute.
Perfect,
you know,
no,
so
that's
that
good.
would
I mean,
be.
because a lot of it is the people get up here and they want to get first tracks.
Right.
And the caretakers aren't there early enough, so they park at the top of the hill. And we have to work around them the whole time. Then they leave, and then we got a pile of snow, and then next weekend we do it all again with a whole different group of people. But
Right.
as long as you,
Okay,
The other problem, obviously, Trevor, we have is the Lower Taylor Hill. People coming up out of that.
oh, absolutely, yes.
I mean, that's a real problem. I watch for that. I watch for tracks when I go down. I won't let someone come up. I will block the road
Yep.
until you turn around.
There is a house on Lower Taylor that they reached out to me to see if they could get a sign put out right across from their driveway that says downhill, because a lot of these renters will come at night and they just
don't
go,
know.
oh, well, my nav says I can just go up through there. And she's like, I want to stop them. What's the best way to do this?
I know everyone is passionate about this, but everyone raise your hand and be called on so we can do this orderly. Go for it. Scott?
I have a question for Selectwoman Beth. Can you please straighten that picture before I lose my mind?
You know I'm not very good at this, so I'm not going to get it right.
Scott, would it be better if I just punch?
Oh, I'm telling you, that is just gonna,
Is it there yet?
No.
no. It'll have worse.
Just a minute, let me get my phone out.
I don't have a level.
I'm telling you, something like that, I just want to stab myself right now.
All right, now that we've gotten that important town business handled, are there any other comments on short-term rentals?
I get just one for yourself, that, you know, being in a position
He should
where
be
you're just sort of
talking to you.
addressing, as a owner-operator, right? I have a property that literally I sent you to my parking lot. I don't want more than 10 people there, or, and I could have 12 cars there without a problem, right? Not on the street. It's just a good parking area. What you're suggesting is kind of unintended consequences, because as we don't want that as an operator or an owner, there are guests that, you know, I just had one. It's like, oh, you know, they rented a place that wasn't Winhall, it was Stratton, and it doesn't have any of these ordinance, and it can sleep 16 people. And they checked off, you know, 4 people, and I'm like, there's no way it's 4 people. I went back and forth. My point is that this happens to us as well, so hitting us with the fine, it may make sense if it can be translated back to the person that breaks the rules, because they're breaking the rules, and I feel bad for the one person that maybe owns a place up here, and is, you know, this is the way they need to afford it, right? They rent it, and but to penalize them for the other people that are breaking the rules, it's like unintended consequences. You don't realize what happens until it happens. So but I get what you're saying too.
Because every weekend.
Right, okay, guys.
May I?
You want to take?
No, I just want to say something.
Okay.
You're doing fine.
Okay.
You're doing a great job.
All right, go for it.
I rented several Airbnbs in the state, and they are very careful about telling you in the regulations of how many cars there be, and if they're parked in the highway, they will be towed. And the problem is, if they don't park them in the designated spot, then they can be towed.
I agree with you, and that's, like, for us, we're very strict with, hey, these are the rules, you break the rules, we're taking your security. In fact, I'll call the sheriff and have him come and remove you, because I don't do a lease, I do a rental agreement. But I'm saying you gotta penalize the person that's breaking the rules, not the...
Well,
I don't think I can do that. I don't think we can do that. I think that maybe you as a homeowner can find a way to do that, but I don't know that it can come from us.
And then you had a comment, or?
Oh, so we spoke earlier, we were great, we had a great conversation, David Berger, I don't know if you need it. So I have the luxury of being in Intervale, which is nice because they have an 8-person limit and we have the community sewer. So I can see where it gets a little unfair for people like in a 5-bedroom, right, under the current ordinance. But the question I had is, so I registered, but I'm intending to do a long-term rental, and I've been under 14 days, days, but I'm in this limbo status in the old platform where it sends me a scary email,
Right.
like every couple weeks that I gotta pay my license. So I just didn't know if in the new platform there might be a status for people like me who intend to comply if and when we meet the criteria, but want to be on the radar.
Right. I think that you'll automatically be on a radar. I don't know that you'll get scary emails. You will stop getting the scary emails from the old platform on April 24th.
Okay. Great. Any other comments about short-term rentals? All right, then if not, we will move on to old business. Scott, are you here for the RFP for cleaning services?
Yes.
Okay. The one thing that I had was a letter that, hold on, I took a screenshot of it, from Laura Giannotti, who could not be here tonight. Let me make it larger.
I was going to look at the RFP on my phone, but I don't know.
It says, "Hi, everyone. I wanted to put in a plug for our current town buildings cleaning crew under Renata's cleaning service. In the 11 years we have been up and running, Renata and her crew have been the best we've had. They are easy to work with, easy to get in touch with, and very accommodating if we need to modify or change our cleaning schedule due to programming." So I just wanted to put that out since it was a public comment. So do you have?
My phone's been found.
Oh, good. So did you have a hard copy of the RFP?
No, I was going to look at it on my phone until I lost it.
Okay.
Off my Jeep somewhere.
So, all right. Let me bring.
One listen.
I can, if you want to come over. I have it right here.
I've got it. Right there. Yes.
Professor.
It's the same one that's been.
That's kind of what I figured it was.
Yes, so I've gone through this. It's a standard RFP with the scope of work. It is all together, which I think makes more sense.
I just want to put it down so I can.
So, Mayor? So previously, we had talked about taking out the workman's comp in case one individual applied, because a single individual who would be the only person that would come here and clean. It is not required by law to have workman's comp. Our insurance company has a form that you can fill out to remove that. I think it's unfair. We have people in town that would apply for this job, but they don't carry workman's comp because they're not required, and it's a huge expense. And I think it's unfair to cut out a resident taxpayer on this one item that is not required by Vermont law. The other thing that I had mentioned when this came up before, because this is a lot of hours per week and there's a lot more this individual could do, is to possibly hire a town janitor part-time.
My
Any
only question on
discussion?
that would be would they be able to do it in the amount of time to keep them part-time?
I don't think so.
Because it's up to, what is it, up to 23
23 and a half.
23 and a half hours per week?
We would have another full-time employee, which,
Well, I'm sorry, Julie.
no, go.
So the bill we currently get from our company, I'm not finding it accurate. They do not go to the firehouse every single week. The current one that's going to be in our bill pay, I do not think is accurate. Your treasurer does not think it's accurate. It's not broken down to how many hours per week they're actually cleaning at these places. Like the fire.
The original contract wasn't set up that way.
Well, and the original contract has been changed, so we don't actually have a new contract to say where they're going to be and what they're going to do. So I did ask for a better breakdown, like how many times a month do you go to the firehouse? Because I'm pretty sure they're not there every week. I don't think the library is scheduled every week. I'm pretty sure the town garage is not scheduled every week.
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay, so.
Garage is scheduled every week, twice a week.
Okay, so there's certain ones on there that we don't actually know how many hours they're putting in, so we don't have an accurate count of how many hours they're putting in per week.
Right, because the original contract was a bid price for the job. It wasn't done off of how many hours will it take you. It was done off of this is the scope of work, this is what we're requiring. And we did change, sorry, I'm losing my voice because not only did I lose my phone, I lost my voice. We did change it because we did find that some of the frequency, library, firehouse, didn't need it. I mean, the library's open 3 days a week, 2 days a week, something like that. So we did change that.
And we removed the police station because Ashley's now doing that in-house.
Not on the original contract. Ashley wasn't even here then.
Right, but that's gone out the window.
Right, I'm just speaking to the original contract of what was in there, but the main thing is that the original, just like this RFP, there's no how many hours in it. This is a scope of work, this is what we expect, this is the time frame. We don't ask for how many hours does it take you to do it, we just ask for a cost on what we want done.
Right, there wasn't.
Which is why there's no way, I get it, there's no way, I don't know what time they put in, because we don't ask for that. I mean, we certainly could, but.
So maybe this time after this RFP, we could find out how much time it takes. Just so we're being financially sound for the town. I mean.
I think you could put that in the contract, could you not?
I don't see why not.
Not lock them to it, but say, we would like you to keep.
Guideline.
A list on the bill, a breakdown.
How much time is it taking you?
I mean,
You got
I
Teresa
would,
in the back when you get ready.
oh, I didn't see
She
Teresa.
had her hand up.
And I did see Al has the bills.
Does he have his hand up first?
Yes, I see you have the bills.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to second as the assistant treasurer, these bills are super confusing. There's really, I mean, it says, town hall, quantity 1, rate 175, town garage, quantity 1, rate 75. Like, what is the actual rate? There is no hourly breakdown.
I think she said 50 an hour per person.
Okay.
I'm just gonna see if I can send a quick message, just to ask.
And then the other question I had looking at these bills, I just got this one today, the new one. Lisa, I know that you had extra cleaning done from the renovations last week, correct?
I did not authorize that, that wasn't mine.
Okay.
I saw that on there, but I don't know who.
So we don't know what that is for. The only extra cleaning was in this room, which was 3 weeks ago before the safety facility meeting. I had it cleaned because it was really dusty.
That's what we talked about.
I've not requested them to come in since then. I've actually been doing some cleaning myself.
Because I have, on both bills for the last 2 weeks, I have extra cleaning at town hall due to renovations, each at $100, and one of them has a note that says Lisa's office.
They're supposed to do my office every Friday, and they hadn't been because of the renovations going on. So it was getting really dusty, so I said, please start cleaning it again. But the bill hadn't gone down when they were not cleaning it. So I didn't expect that the bill would go back up when they started cleaning it.
So it wasn't an extra, it was
not an extra.
just moving back to the normal schedule.
So I think we need to find out what those 2 extra cleanings are the last 2 weeks before we send this out.
Thank you, Alexander, for looking into that.
Okay, so as far as the current RFP,
Still have a question.
oh, sorry, Teresa.
That's okay. You know.
Go, Teresa. Thank you.
So the RFP that you're looking at right now is what you're getting ready to put out, is that correct? And it does not include the PD?
No.
And you have no idea how many hours it encompasses, even going back to the original contract?
No, we're not asking for hours. We're asking, the RFP is asking for the entirety of the job.
Oh, thank you. But I guess I'm gonna just chime in and tell you my thought. I know you're surprised, but I think you should
I can't imagine that.
I know, Stuart. I really think you should try and pinpoint the hours in going forward after this RFP, so you can help determine what kind of hours you need per building. It's a good, you gotta have a benchmark somewhere.
All right, Al.
That's my opinion.
Just a quick response to that.
Oh, no.
Going off, Lissa said they said $50 an hour.
Yes.
So we can go through and we can look at the breakdown of the bill. So we do have a rough.
But does it give you by building?
Yes, it does.
Hours? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say hours, it just says this is the price, but if she's saying $50 an hour, then
And
we can figure it out.
And there's usually 2 people, at least sometimes 3, so we could probably back out.
Okay.
Hours 50, or is it going to be 2 people at 50? You aren't going to know that.
Okay. Scott?
I'm sorry, I was just clarifying what he was saying. I'm sorry.
The problem with trying to nail down a time on your buildings is, like, take the community center. If they have a busy, busy day, it gets wrecked.
With
If
cracks?
it's not so bad, then it's not so bad. So then what you're gonna run into is, well, yep, today it was 3 hours, next time it was an hour, then it was. That's why I think you put that, like, in the contract. Will you please keep track? So then we can form an average.
Right.
It's really the only way you can do it. Buildings don't take the same amount of time every time.
Exactly.
It depends on how much they've been used and how dirty they are.
Yes. Beth?
Well, hopefully, everybody actually keeps their area fairly tidy and cleaned up. So really, it's just a matter of like coming in here, wiping down these tops, vacuuming, and doing the basics, and then once a month.
I don't do anything, it's down garage.
Well,
right.
But you guys don't, I keep my area clean, they really don't even clean my area, I pretty much do that myself, except for the carpets and garbage. But like the community center, the library, or even the firehouse, I would hope that they keep things picked up so they're not picking up after events.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we don't, because if you look at the scope of work, you will see that nowhere in there does it say we will be a maid capacity.
Right.
We're not gonna come in and pick up the thing.
So we try to take the garbage out and all that stuff. And that shouldn't be left there for a week and a half for the cleaners to come in and take care of.
No, and I know.
Well, it is up to them to empty the waste
Yes.
and recycling containers. That is the very first bullet point in your scope of work.
Okay, Teresa.
I'm sorry, one more question. So if Ashley is being paid from the PD budget or out of this line item in the budget?
The custodial line in the budget.
Oh, okay. And so you know what you have to deal with as a balance for this RFP then? The difference between whatever's in the budget and less Ashley's time?
The budget number includes a number of things.
Okay.
Several different things. Like some of Scott's time is custodial, in charge of facilities. So he's got there's a facilities manager line item. The one above that, I think, is facilities or custodial, and so that includes like cleaning and anytime anybody's doing anything related to facilities that would go under there. But generally, I don't actually remember what the budget total is for that, but
I just wanted to make sure you guys were covered in, that's all.
Right, okay.
One more thing, I'll be quick, Julie, I promise. I know during COVID, the company we had at that point, which was not Renata, we needed extra stuff done. They did not want to do that. Renata's been very good about that, and I hope going forward, if she's the one that has the winning bid or whoever does, that if we need doors wiped down once a month, as they should be, because there's several hundred people that touch that front door. It should not be up to me to wipe that down on the regular basis or to spray Lysol. Same with the bathroom doors. We all know not everybody washes their hands. Things like that, the radiators.
Yeah, that all comes in a contract. You don't really need that in your RFP. You can, because the last time when we sat down with Renata and worked on our contract, it was, okay, so if we need extra services and we ask for them, will we be able to? And she was like, yes, you just have to let me know when.
Okay. So as far as this RFP goes, so we need, the only change that is being asked for on it is the removal of workman's comp, and we would need to vote on that.
Pull the firehouse back from not doing it. It says every week.
You can do whatever you want, you guys are in charge of the firehouse with Scott, and, I mean, that's...
I mean, I don't think we need them every week
Well,
at the firehouse.
okay, so how often do you want them there?
I'm not in the firehouse, you would know more than
Once a month, I mean, you know,
Yeah, please.
we don't. Wouldn't you say, Randy, once a month be okay?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't you say once a month to be okay at the firehouse? I don't think we need them to come in
A
and,
couple of things there a month.
we don't need them weekly.
Trying to keep it somewhat clean ourselves in.
Yeah, well, yeah, we try to.
Yeah.
Okay, so that change, we don't need to take a vote on. But is there anything else other than the workman's comp? I personally believe we should require workman's comp. I think it is unrealistic to think that a single source person could do it all the time. People take vacation, they go out of town. Somebody else could be in our buildings, and then the town is at risk. That's my thought.
There's been 2 individuals that have asked about this. They would be the only ones in the buildings. I just think it's a shame to always cut out the people that live in this town that pay taxes.
Quick question, if someone does violate that, has somebody working under them and whatever it is that they're doing, would that be breach of contract?
Yes, but it's also, something could happen that puts the town at risk before that occurs.
I have the paperwork in my notebook right here that comes from your insurance company. Because I've gone through this a gazillion, 468 million times before.
Because you presented this before regarding Dennis Roy, correct?
Yep.
And this comes directly from VLCT.
VLCT, your insurance company. This is what they require for a sole proprietor to fill out. Checklist for independent contractor documentation. That is what they require for them to fill out. And then there is the part here that is the checklist.
Oh, so they still have to have liability coverage?
Yes. Yeah, it only gets you out of workman's comp. The state does not require sole proprietors of businesses to carry workman's comp.
Well, can we then have in the contract that they are required to have liability insurance?
Well,
It's already in there.
It's
It
already in
says
there.
insurances.
Says liability and then workman's comp.
In the second paragraph on the page 1,
I'd say this, yeah.
it does say professional liability insurance. You could technically say workers' compensation insurance or other non-employee work agreement as required by the town or something to.
That language, as long as they still have to be insured.
Yeah.
Yes.
You never do away with the liability insurance, never.
No, I think the workman's comp, because it is a state law, we have people in this town that need the work and pay hefty taxes here, and it's really a shame that some jobs don't apply to them, so they can't apply, but something like this, as a young person, I would have applied for this job. It's quite a bit of money.
You want to apply for it?
Not now, not until you relieve me of my current
The
status.
process is such, Julie, that once you fill this out, then they're kept on file, because when the auditor comes, and they will ask for these if you have sole proprietors.
Okay, so Lissa, could you read the language again that it would be?
The selected contractor will be required to furnish proof of professional liability insurance, workers' compensation insurance, or comparable non-employee work agreement between contractor and town of Winhall, in parentheses, and documentation of all licensing prior to signing a contract.
Okay, can I get a motion about that?
For someone who may not understand contracts, I understand what you're saying, but could we put in there sole proprietor is not required? Like
But it's-
somehow cleaner,
Like, they'll have to sign that anyway,
Yes.
so they kind of need to know that going into it.
yes. But I think we need to have that in there, that sole proprietor, I mean,
But-
it,
I think that's what that says.
Just in more words.
yeah.
Because
It's more
we have
legal
to have-
language than, it's not layman terms, so to say.
Basically dumb it down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or sole proprietor, non-employee work agreement, not comparable.
So that if someone expresses an interest, we can explain it to them. I would say.
And if you would send that out to us, I have no problem agreeing to it as long as when we read that in writing that we're all good with it and we can move forward with sending it out.
So we don't want to vote on it?
The non-employee work
We don't
agreement.
want to vote on it.
Okay.
Well, we can vote on it with that change, but you know me, I like to see things in writing.
I'll make the motion that we go that wording with the change of sole proprietor.
Okay, and Christie seconds. Motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor of approving the RFP for Town of Winhall cleaning services as amended? Aye. Okay, so we are moving on from the beautification contract. We will get that later. Public Safety Facility Committee update. Andrea, did you have something about that? Was that why?
That's not why I'm here, but
Okay.
happy to, if Stuart wants to speak.
You are much more eloquent than I am.
I don't know
Yes.
about that. I'm losing steam, I'll be honest, folks.
You'll probably remember more what we did than I do, so at my age.
So, we met on the 24th, I believe, of March, and we met with Goldstone Architects, and they presented on their final feasibility study for the public safety facility, and presented on two alternatives. One where the existing fire station would be reused, the existing foundation would be reused, and would have an addition added onto it, and then presented a second alternative that was a complete tear-down alternative and revamping the entire site. So presented both of those options to us in the feasibility study, and the opinion of an opinion of probable cost. And we have to meet on that in a couple of weeks, or actually next week now, on April 7th we'll be meeting. So the opinion of probable cost showed that there was no real cost savings in the architect's mind between the teardown option and saving the foundation option. The architect felt in his gut, I'm quoting him, he felt in his gut that there was some cost savings there, but they just could not quantify that cost savings at this time. So the next step, once the committee meets again and chooses an alternative we feel like is best to present to the select board and recommend. From there, we'll present it to the select board, and the select board would then make a decision. And then the next step after that would be to move towards schematic design. And the architect is already under contract for schematic design, but no other sub-consultants are. So that would involve finding a civil engineer and structural engineer to do the site design and permitting, and as well as the additional structural analysis that may be required if the existing building is used. Is that a good enough?
That's great, thank you.
Great.
There's a lot more
Okay.
in the meeting minutes.
So that is awesome, and that is where we are. We are going to move on if no one has anything else about the public safety facility. Townwide reappraisal is in process. It's going on. Anyone? No. Hopefully, we will be getting those soon. Okay. RFP for summer maintenance. Scott?
We did not get, I didn't get that. I asked for them earlier. I only got the
It's not
cleaning
even
one.
started.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so that will go to next.
The option
It's a contract,
was done, right?
The contract is
June 30th?
Yeah.
Is that right, June 30th, Levi?
That's what I was gonna ask you. I don't know.
I believe it's
I don't know if any of my paperwork keep doing it for nothing.
June 30th is what I understood.
Of this year.
Yes.
So you've already renewed it? What has been offered?
Yeah, we've already renewed it once.
Yes.
It was a 3-year, and then I did it for the last year.
Right, they get a 1-year option to renew.
And that expires June 30th because Levi's not sure.
I'd say,
Lucius, sorry, Lisa is looking it up right now.
Levi, it expires November 1st.
He's only got the job, he should know.
Okay.
Lisa's looking it up.
When I took it on,
We're gonna have a May.
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Yes.
that's
It's something flopped around. It's probably pretty much the same as what it's been right along.
So we're gonna move on to new business.
It goes May to October from people that used to do it, we just know that.
Okay.
I do think it's, the end of November, actually.
So we don't have anything now.
Right, so, okay. On that, can I make a little comment on that? Just in general for this summer maintenance? Can you guys put it out earlier in the year? Like right now, I would have already cleaned things up since we haven't got snow and stuff. It's just, when this is coming out and we got another week before you guys say who's gonna do it, just puts us a little bit farther behind.
But we did talk about that, honestly. It just didn't happen.
Perfect.
Okay, Scott, and yeah, let's,
Part of the issue with that is that it doesn't run out until November.
yeah.
November of this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you put it out now,
Then nobody's gonna, yeah.
But you're
do
saying
it
for next year? Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
That's why I wasn't clear on what year. I didn't hear a year. So, and I'm not looking at what you guys are looking at.
So,
that's why.
So Levi is good through this summer.
I'm
Yes.
good through this summer.
Yeah, so you should be here tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
Done.
Yeah, so November, Levi.
Okay, so we're moving on to new business. First is a request to cross Kendall Farm town property for a multi-sport event in June. So there was an email sent from Beth about an event that was coming through. It was some sort of race.
Yeah, so they have not gotten back to me, Julie, so I'm actually not interested in entertaining this at this point, because I should not be here to represent them. The only thing I can tell you, because I read the Forest Service news, like everything that has to do with Winhall, I read, there happened to be a map that's, if anybody's familiar with our land on the Kendall Farm, the IP bridge crosses the Winhall River, it then immediately comes onto town property. Their race came across that bridge, the red line stopped, and it picked up way on the other side close to Jenks on the snowmobile trail that goes through the pit. Well, I'd like to know how they were getting from here to there, so I contacted the Forest Service to say, how can you give a permit when they're crossing our town property and no one's asked us, are they gonna be out there at night? Is this a 24-hour race? Are my guys gonna be out there after dark with 35 different teams of 4 to 5 people each roaming around in the dark on our property that could need rescuing? They will be 24 hours. There will be 35 teams. They're going to be at random intervals, so it'll be over several days that these groups will be out there.
Who needs to be contacted to deal with this?
I have contacted both the Forest Service, who said they will not approve it because the approval process was on the 7th of this month. They are not approving any permit for these people. until this gentleman and his group comes to us with something more solid as to what they're requesting
So
from
does
us.
this need to be moved to old business for next week?
Yes, for
Okay.
2 weeks, yes, which I believe is the 15th.
Yes.
Yes.
So then we'll move on from that to Act 181.
I would entertain
Tammy.
Paul and Tammy to come up and speak,
Yes.
as they're very well informed on this.
Yes.
Paul knows far more than I know. So I'm here on behalf of myself as a Winhall resident and the Winhall Planning Commission to ask for the select board's help in figuring out what's going on with Act 121. There is a lot of information, there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of not clearly defined information, but I think all of this could have an impact on our residents, our future, our land development, conservation. I think there's a lot that we don't know about this and that we should become informed about.
So maybe you know, Paul, or you, Tammy, is it true that they have postponed the implementation of this till 2030?
I don't know that that vote passed the House today, so the bill passed the Senate last week. It was scheduled to be voted on in the House today. I have not seen it come through that that was postponed, but that is simply a postponement of the road rule and the Tier 3 plan.
Right.
It is not a repeal of Act 181. It doesn't change a whole lot in that other than to push the compliance date out further.
Okay.
So the state Winhall Regional Commission is already asking us to approve Act 181 mapping, which I actually spoke to Matt Batchelor, who is our representative at Wyndham Regional Commission. I've told him basically that we kind of wanted to put the brakes on this because we felt that there wasn't enough information to be able to make an informed decision about Act 181's impact on the town of Winhall, and that we didn't feel that it was fair that we should be asked to create maps, to give our opinion on what those maps look like. There was a rumor about being able to opt out of Act 181. I'm not sure that's true. I threw that out there. He did not have a response for that. Matt will be attending, so Winhall Planning Commission has a meeting next Wednesday at 5:30. Matt will be attending. He's on the agenda at 6. I would encourage members of the select board to be there, members of the community to be there.
When is this again?
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, the 8th at 5:30. Matt is scheduled to be on the agenda. He will be there in person at 6.
Okay.
But I think this is something that we all need to be aware of, and I think we are going to all have to work together to find how this works in the best interest of Winhall and what that actually means. Beth and I both invited Paul here. He seems to know a lot about what Act 181 has advertised so far, as what it means, what it doesn't mean.
Yes, Paul.
He's got some ideas and suggestions.
Do you want to come up to the hot seat, Paul? So we can see you?
Thank you, Paul.
Yep. Can I connect to that gizmo?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know how, but you could.
Maybe
Open the door, there should be a cord right there.
The HDMI cable should be right there.
Maybe I can go around.
Where is the remote for?
I think the remote is in that 2-drawer.
You okay? No, we're good, yeah.
No, it's right here.
Oh, it's right there. There you go. Careful, Stuart, if it was any closer. It's kind of like home.
I did this last week, sort of successfully.
Then you're going to have to pull up the HDMI.
Over there, I think.
Tammy, I'm also going to reach out to Matt ahead of time.
No, you have to go.
Before he gets here.
I'm trying. Sounds just like home. You gotta do this. Here,
Matt
you do it.
Batchelor from Wyndham Regional, because when he comes here, I want him to answer what the municipal opt-out is. I don't want another day of, I don't know what that means. Does that mean we lose grant funding? What are the consequences of opting out of that?
Okay, guys.
CMI call.
Last night, the town of Castleton Select Board
Just a minute.
voted unanimously to opt out of the Tier 1 map proposed to the town and to send a letter to the town State House delegate and Governor Scott stating that it opposes Act 181 and wants it repealed. They don't comment on what that means. Matt couldn't respond to that. I don't know that anyone can respond to that.
Okay.
But I do know that I believe Matt
look behind.
Under pressure from
Check it, Tracy.
the Land Use Review Board to finalize those maps because they're looking for a preliminary review by the end of
Oh, I might be able to do it remotely.
And, he tried to assure me that those maps didn't have a whole lot to do with Act 181.
Yes.
That is the actual title of that map.
Yes.
And I said to him, I think, it's our conscience. We can't
Yeah.
read any of that.
It should work.
And he works for the state. He does not work for us, just so everybody's clear.
Yes.
All right,
I asked
Al?
about returning.
Oh, sorry.
I asked about returning, so the planning commission received a $30,000 grant from the state to rewrite our zoning regulations, zoning, subdivision, and flood. I asked him what the process was to return that, because I'm not sure that until we fully understand Act 181, we should be making any changes
Was it working?
to
No, it hasn't worked yet.
until we can figure
We're
out
plugged
how they
into
impact
HDMI
us.
1.
And are there changes that we could make to
You have
those
to share.
regulations that would,
Try this.
I don't want to say
Yeah, it could be this.
give us a workaround to 181, because that's not what I mean, but that would make sure that we're in the best place possible when and if that becomes reality.
Yeah. Applicable in lieu of Act 181.
Yeah.
And it's been working good. I don't know what you did to it.
Julie, you have Al.
Just to say this, I saw that map when it first came out. This was before a couple of us went to Tammy's office and we actually were on the Zoom call. They had my property as well as two neighboring properties grouped in with the Forest Service. And I only knew that because it was my property and my two neighbors. So I think everybody should look at that and make sure that their property isn't in the wrong category. Otherwise, if that map does get approved, I don't know what that would mean, but we should all just make sure that our property is labeled correctly.
It means your property value, Al, is going way down, which means my property is going way down.
Perfect.
I think we each individually have a responsibility to see how this impacts us, and I think we as a town have a responsibility to our community to know what we're doing.
Yep.
And what this all means. And right now, I don't think anybody can clarify any of that.
No.
Problem is, it's sort of like Act 60 was, it's a chess game. They're doing something, and then we have to figure out a way to get around it, just like we had to
Well,
do.
basically what they did is they voted and approved Act 181, but they didn't define the rules and regulations. They were looking to do that afterwards, and that
Yeah.
kind of seems
Yeah,
afterwards.
let's,
That was when towns had the chance to opt out, is my understanding.
And that's when a lot of towns didn't know what was going on, because a lot of this seemed to have flown under the radar.
It was presented as a really nice option,
Are you on
and then the rules
Wi-Fi?
came out, and it does not look like a nice option.
And I believe that there were also meetings at the public were
Like, connected and it worked. Well, anyway, try one more thing here.
Smart cities and
Oh.
cities and driving everybody.
I mean, I'm all about encouraging affordable housing, but not at the sacrifice of
Try this.
And the place they're really focusing on is not a place that's buildable for us.
Paul has some idea on that, which y'all might find.
Yeah, I did want to pull up this map because it worked like last week really well. You see,
It's only broken for the select
No, it's
board
just
meetings.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Displays.
Unless it's not plugged into the
Yeah. And maybe, it might be the wrong HDMI port.
we looked at it, it was one.
Okay.
We verified it, or Stacy did, I just held the flashlight.
It's
Probably wrong, somebody better check it.
This like I said,
Andrea was a pro at it.
Yeah, please.
Last week.
I mean, I'm not offering to, I can absolutely fix to offer the technical stuff, but I was just gonna say something while Paul was trying to get that up, was that, as a civil engineer, I'll just say the civil engineering community is also very concerned about 181 and its impacts to homeowners, landowners, and businesses and across the state. It's basically another leg of Act 250 in my mind. So I don't know anything about it, I'm definitely not an expert in either, but I just want to let you all know that we are also all very concerned about it and working about it. And that's
We want to try
something
different
else to do
HDMI.
as well.
But
No, oh, I might have got it. Oh,
So I did forward the video to the board from the other night that when we attended at Tammy's, just because I think there was a lot of questions, answers, and maps and graphs and things that you guys might find helpful to help you
I
understand.
do believe the Land Use Review Board does meet on a regular basis. Their minutes are available to the public. I can't imagine that their meetings aren't accessible to the public as well. The meeting that we attended on the 17th was a land use review, was a a land use review board, I have a hard time saying the word BERB, which they'd like to be called, that was sponsored by Wyndham Regional. But they did not have a lot of answers. They're working on mapping. That's basically all they had
Have
to
you
say.
got more than one plug in the side of your device that you could plug it into?
Yeah, it's the same one I took.
2,000 versus 800.
You want to try switching to a different port?
Well, and that guy, what was that gentleman's name, Tammy? Tammy, what was that gentleman that spoke at the end that was so very well informed, who said he would come down and visit with us?
We're definitely plugged in.
I have it in my notes too, but I can't remember.
It does this map thing. Mirroring thing. See, it knows it's trying.
You shouldn't have to mirror though.
Because it might be helpful for us to have him come down at some point when we gain better understanding and answer some questions as well.
So I'll talk while they work on that. Just to give you the history, because I think what happened is it's sort of a sneak attack. In 2023, there was a draft bill called H687, which came out as an Act 250 reform bill, and it had a lot of really restrictive components to it, like taking the original Act 250 of 9 or less units, didn't need a permit, 10 or more needed an Act 250 permit for residential, and then all commercial properties needed an Act 250 permit. They wrote a bill that said now it's 4 or more, and anything that's on a state highway would need a Act 250 permit. No, go ahead. Yeah. And that bill morphed through the House, got approved, and then ended up in the Senate in 2024 and got revised quite a bit to include a housing bill, which is what the governor had proposed, that you need some sort of housing initiative in it. So they took out those highly restrictive components and added in Tier 1A and B, which was a express lane to housing. So you could basically, if you designated a Tier 1 or A or B area, you would then not need to get an Act 250 permit. And most of that required that you had accessibility to infrastructure, water, sewer, fire, police, simple things. And so it really focused on downtown cities and some of the larger towns with municipal sewer. And it sort of just happened. And I think most of the rural towns didn't notice it because it wasn't something that really was going to go into place until this July. So, and frankly, it all happened under a period of time when the House and Senate had they had the supermajority. So even though the governor objected to all of it, it still got through. And then that changed last election cycle, and everybody sort of forgot, I think really forgot about it. And then here we are, 3 months away from it going into law. And it's a law that was passed under a supermajority time period. And I even think all of our House of Representatives and senators are realizing, oh wait, we probably should have baked that a little bit further and thought it through. And the knee-jerk reaction is, oh no, what do we do? Towns are freaking out. Developers, farmers, large landowners are saying, this doesn't work for us. So what doesn't seem to work for people is Tier 2 and Tier 3. And the real Achilles heel seems to be this issue over the road rule, which is coming back. It used to be an Act 250 law that you needed an Act 250 permit for putting in basically a driveway over 800 feet. And it's back. And that's under what they're calling the Tier 3 zone. And it really applies to large tracts of lands, farmland, forest land, and a lot of people are saying the camps. And so if you were to put a camp in or a path across your farmland, the state is saying you would need an Act 250 permit for that. So people always get fearful of Act 250, but you should realize Act 250 includes 10 criteria that include things like light pollution, water pollution, sound pollution, but also the more popular ones are wetlands permits, stormwater permits, and traffic studies. Now, traffic studies in rural areas probably doesn't really matter, but let's get it close. So if you think about the concept of the imposition of having to get an Act 250 permit to put a driveway in a large land piece or a camp or for a farmer, that's all the people that are sort of getting riled up the last 6 months. But the real underlying issue is that it's a law that goes into effect in July 1 is Tier 1A, B, and 2, and then December 31st, I believe, is Tier 3, which includes the road rule. What Tammy and I have been talking about and what we've been watching is last week there's a new bill in the Senate that passed 325 to extend the time period to when these laws go into effect another 2 years, but didn't remove the road rule or Tier 3. And so I'll explain what Tier 3 is. Tier 3 is a I call it the unicorn property where you can't look at or breathe on. And the state, I will tell you that these maps that they're sending out showing forest conservation and areas that they're not tied to the tiers, it's hard to believe that they're not. But they won't show their overlapping maps of the two different things, and they also won't create a map that shows the overlapping wetlands and other highly restricted areas. So I believe if you put all 3 or 4 maps together, you might see a pretty big wash across the whole state. But it all really was a sneak up on us thing, and the maps are sort of created by the regional commissioners, and you have been asked to hire them to help you with their maps, and using the grant money that you've gotten to then pay them to help draw the maps up that are the state's maps. So it's a bit of a fox watching the hen house scenario across all towns, rural towns. And I think towns just have to be really careful because you set your own zoning ordinance, which is a set of where you want things to happen. And then the state is telling you where they think things should happen under the tier program. And then they're also trying to tell you what they think you should do with the land you have. Things like forest land, wetlands, dense lands of development. And then finally, they want to set these rules of how to use those lands over your town zoning rules. And it's a pretty dramatic change to happen in a matter of 24 months. I wasn't around for the Act 250 thing, but my understanding was it happened in about 6 months, from the fall of '69 to going into effect in July of '70. And we've lived under it for 50 years, for better or for worse. Very difficult to change, I'd say.
It's also very expensive.
Right,
Before
so-
before you even dig one shovelful, you could be $100,000 in easily.
So I don't know you could argue that it's a big group of conservationists, not conservatives, but conservationists in the State House that are trying to impose this highly restrictive land use bill while then giving this sort of express lane to housing development in the cities.
Whatever in there.
Clearly, by asking rural towns to designate a dense housing area, is sort of a shallow.
Maybe it's in that cupboard.
No, it's up on the top.
None of the rural towns have the ability to do dense housing. You don't have a municipal sewer system in your village. But I do think, and Tammy and I've talked about it, that you do have a very dense, highly capable area in your town where you have municipal services.
Can you find out on this website?
Oh yeah, totally.
Excellent. I can't do Apple, I'm so sorry.
Thank
I'm
you,
about ready to
Andrea.
say I can't do it either.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hot. Yes, thank you. It's hot. You can open that other window.
Good job.
Scaring the hell out of me here.
Can you get behind
See if the windows
I
open.
can't scoot in anymore.
And they all live in your town, you should be scared.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go to Italy.
This is your regional commissioners that you pay through your tax dollars to do good work for you, right? So this is your town map that is a proposed, this is their proposed land use review board map that they say, and Tammy has made a good point, isn't for Act 181, but they put it in the title. And they designate the areas that your town areas they want you to decide on with them. And there are areas such as resource-based recreation, which is the Stratton area, development area, then rural agriculture and forestry, which is this turquoise, a rural conservation area, and rural general, and then village area and village center. One could actually figure out that village center is tier 1A, tier 1B is village area, tier 2 is rural, and the resource-based recreation is sort of an outlier, and then the other two are tier 3. But they're claiming they're not tied to that. And if you overlay your town zoning map onto this, you'll see that a lot of this green area of forestry is actually impeding in some residential zones, in particular out in sort of around the ski resort. There's some out in French Hollow and Winhall Hollow too, which would take, if they were to impose their state zoning onto this town zoning, even if you approved a house in that zone, it would require that house to go get an Act 250 permit and then go through wetlands and stormwater and driveway.
I mean, is their goal for all this just financial? I mean, what is their goal?
I think they're trying to push it so that you develop keep your development in a small area, but you've already reached your critical point of what you can put in a village center now, because there's no land available.
Right, so it's a shallow promise. They're asking each town to take grant money to develop town plans to then help develop your land, these maps. And then they want you to designate tier 1A and 1B, but you don't have any of those. I mean, you can go to Wyndham, they're designating two parts of Wyndham as tier 1A and 1B, and it doesn't make any sense. So you would never be able to develop 50 units of workforce housing or something. But I also want to point out, in Manchester, they do have infrastructure, and when they do designate tier 1A, and I've warned them about this, it allows any agency, housing authority, low-income housing, any agency that has particularly nonprofits to go and get a permit, and the town really has no say anymore, because they can say, no, we don't want that, or we don't like the looks of the building. That entity appeals to the state, and the state approves it. So there's no protection process, because they don't need an Act 250 permit. There's no party status for neighbors or analysis of water, sound, light, all that stuff. So I warned Manchester, I said, if you designate areas 1A, you have to live with the fact that you've just given an express lane to anyone, and the most capable entities right now are the housing authorities that get taxpayer money to build subsidized housing. And they go and apply for a permit, you have no protection in your DRB. So I think with your town, your protection is you don't have an area other than the Stratton Resort area that has sewer, water. But, and Tammy and I talked about it, that may be the place to sort of jokingly say that's our 1A. But they're highly restricted with their covenants and restrictions from the 60s. And it's very unlikely that a landowner up there would take what we would consider very valuable land and just give it to a subsidy housing authority to develop. So I think it's an interesting argument that you could effectively make the Stratton Resort area your designated area to please them. And the other piece of this puzzle, and to your question, I've been talking a lot, is what are they doing? And yes, it's probably a very highly restricted focus on put housing in village centers and leave all the great pastures and forests to be bad. I think there's a really bad underlying issue with that, is that if your town grand list can't grow and you restrict supply of housing, you inherently increase the value of that housing, and you increase your taxes because you can't grow your grand list to make up for the inflation that happens, unless you designate something like the Stratton Resort area as your place to see growth at a hyper rate to match inflation. Because you have to, if you think of saying to everybody in town, we're no longer going to but to whoever said the permitting costs. If it costs a lot to get a permit, it'll sort of dissuade people from getting permits and building houses. They'll just buy the one that exists because even if it's gone up in value, it's still cheaper. And so by cutting supply and increasing demand for people that are outside of the area, you could effectively see a house that's worth $1 million go to $3 million, and the taxes go from $20,000 to $60,000 if the rates stay the same because they're state-based rates now. So how else do you grow your grand list? And that's the question I have to particularly say to Winhall. If you're going to allow the state to restrict your development potential and growth for just the common person, say, how else do you grow your town grand list? So Act 181 to me has a whole ton of implications. It's whether who cares what political side you're on, it has, is it extreme conservation? Is it a short-sighted economic play? Is it cost prohibitive with permitting? And there's probably a few of us in this room that have tried or have gotten Act 250 permits, wetland permits, stormwater permits, or been penalized by not getting them, or been penalized by not keeping up with the renewals, which are 2 to 5 years. Yesterday I just paid a stormwater renewal permit, which is every 2 years, for a 3-acre parcel in East Dorset. It was $1,700 for just the renewal fee, and $22,000 in engineering, just to make sure we were renewed. The original permit was probably $150,000 on a 3-acre parcel.
When they start talking about how much property to conserve, right now, the Green Mountain National Forest is 54.4% of the total acreage in the town of Winhall. That isn't including the state-owned land like at Gale Meadows, et cetera. So we're approaching 60% of the land is conserved at this point.
Al.
And I would also like to add on to that also doesn't include the land that the town owns that we're not.
I didn't take that into calculation. That was just Green Mountain National Forest.
Yeah, so there's even more that is essentially conserved.
Yeah.
So, because we have the municipal forest off from Pearl Buck, we also have the 250 acres out here. You have cemeteries that are not buildable. That acreage was not huge. I think that came in at like 11 total. The other town properties such as this, the firehouse, the school, little things like that, that was another small number. You also have the fairgrounds at 11 acres. That adds up pretty quickly to. And as you can see on that map, we only have the road corridor. You have no other place that you can go and build. That's it. All that dark green is off limits already. You can't even ride a horse out there at this point.
Is this your website?
Yes.
I've lost the map. Oh no, right here. It's going to expand this. Oops.
Are you looking for the town GIS map? It's
Right
under Lister.
No, I was trying to get your not the active map. This is your zoning map.
Yes.
And I was just trying to jump to this idea of where to go. This guy. So if we could overlay these, but just do a quick. So I don't know, just take right. It's hard to do, and I think it's on purpose. Like they're not. And if we pull up wetlands, you'd see that it's a whole nother map.
Right.
And then if you pull up animal corridors, I mean,
slopes. They talked about slopes the other night. Headwaters.
Right, headwaters, animal habitat areas. All of a sudden, you're pretty restricted. But so just as we're looking at this map, then we go to this map. This tan area is your residential zones, right? These are all residential permitted or zoned areas. and then we go back to that map. They've pulled out all this. They've made this all green, forest, can't even look at it. So they've just arbitrarily reduced, even if you say you want to do a single-family house out here, or here, or here, you would have to get an Act 250 permit because that falls under this zone of rural agriculture and forestry, which when you go over the tier system, it falls under tier 2.
So you're saying you already have to get...
Well, no, you haven't. The municipalities, I should have started this first. Tammy and I realized the municipalities is the entity that applies for the map, the tier map. You have a designated person at the regional commission helping you with it right now. And this is their draft.
Great.
So it gets signed by someone at the town, and you pay, what was it, $296 for the fee? There's a fee for submitting your own map. But you can designate this, or you can say, we think, Tammy and I talked, you can just say, nah, we're not doing one.
Yeah.
What do you get out of
The drug is money.
it? But did you really get the
State money. Yeah, they get the town.
They get the money?
No, the towns get the money in the grants, and then they have you pay back these consultants to do more work for you.
You're going to pay so much more in Act 250 fees and
Right.
and you wait years for construction.
It's a
State law.
And they get every, like they get fish and game involved, everything. I'm currently in an Act 250 permit, not in this town, in another town. I'm almost $30,000 in. It's 14 months. I still have no permit. And now there's a rare reptile who may sleep somewhere close by that's going to cause a bigger problem for me. And I'm just trying to shut down a gravel pit. I'm not trying to make anything happen. I'm trying to close. No, I'm trying to close it. Yeah.
Wow.
Open it back up. Let's start hauling gravel.
I guess I don't want to miss the point of why they're doing this.
You have to ask them at the state level because they've got a bigger plan.
So,
They're just trying to...
Tammy and Paul, what do we need to do as a select board right now to...
Secede.
If only it were that easy.
And we tried it twice and it didn't work.
So there's, I would say, Tammy, wouldn't you say that there's a timeline that they would like by May to have the draft plan maps done? And think of yourself, I don't know how many towns are in the state, 200, something like that? 251? So 10% of them are probably type cities.
Gores.
Manchesters are bigger. But the rest are rural towns like yourselves. And I've often said Winhall is, for better or for worse, very sophisticated because of Stratton Mountain Resort. And you have sophisticated boards with a lot of experience that...
And they put us in a different voting district. We're now with Andover and Weston. We're not with Stratton anymore.
Right. But my point was going to be that there are probably 90% of those 200 towns that don't even know this is going on, and they took the money from the the state grant money to hire the regional commission people to draw the maps, who come into a planning commissioner who doesn't really know what's going on, and they sign it, and they're done. And that's happening in the next 2 weeks.
Some of those maps that WRC has created have been approved by the towns that they've created them.
Yeah, here's some, you can go to, we went to a Stutney version of the regional commission, and they don't have their maps up. Bennington has done the entire county, and then these are your towns in the Windham County Regional Commission. No, they're just these are drafts by the regional commission person, Matt.
There are many, there's a very good forum on Facebook, Vermont Act 181. You should join it. It's very informative. You have to sort through it. There's some things on there that, people are just putting their views out there. But then there's other people that are very educated, that have some very good thoughts, that are sharing town information, what select boards are doing, what the real meaning is of this. So that's another avenue, but definitely this Windham Regional paying attention to what they're doing and just being involved in asking questions.
So it all is supposed to go up to what they call the Land Use Review Board, which is chaired and supposed to kick off on July 1st it's chaired by your resident, Janet Hurley.
Who is the Winhall?
And she made her way through as the Manchester zoning administrator and pretty much under the cover of darkness changed Manchester zoning to be highly restrictive. They went from 2-acre zoning to 5 to 10. And now I live down in that community and everyone's saying, oh my God, this didn't work. And by the time she was gone, she became the regional commission person in Bennington, for Bennington County. And now she's been appointed chair of this board by our Senator Seth Bogarts, who drafted the law. So these are all people that live in our community that wrote all this. So I've often said we should invite them in to tell us, why are you doing this? But no one, everybody says, oh, and I've asked Seth to come, and he says, Paul, you should move out of the community. That's his email to me.
Andrea?
I have a quick question for Paul. Can you just hit Control-D on my keyboard so you bookmark the page you're on right now?
Control-D, is that how you do that? No, that's
Excellent,
awesome.
thank you, that's all I needed.
Do you want it? Okay.
It's fine, I'll find it later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Where are you talking?
yeah, we're coming.
Class. It's a PC thing, though.
Yeah.
It's not gonna help everybody.
I don't have control. Oh, I do have control. I don't know what it does.
It's Apple D or whatever the.
Yeah. My kid will tell me what that's all about.
That's why we have.
So I don't, yeah, I mean, Seth, I've gone to a ton of zoning and DRB meetings in Manchester, and I've actually even done an application process as a test, and it went through because I got an exemption from the state, and now I can't do anything about it. And I've said, you need to have Seth come and explain to you why this is happening. And they don't do it, he doesn't show up, he writes nasty emails. Janet's changed her cell phone number. I tried calling her.
So Manchester made it more restrictive, is what you're telling me.
They took out all of their industrial land use except for the Daily Pit and one other spot, the Westner Barn. And they changed zoning, so if you own, say, 10 acres or 100 acres, before you had 50 lots, now you have 10 lots.
But you said something interesting though, so if somebody wanted to come in and I've seen this happen down in New York where you have a non-profit or a religious group that comes in and they can buy a tract of land and start their own community / cult. And I can name some communities, and you would not like that at all, where they change, they
like
come
Orange
in.
County.
What's that?
Like Orange County.
Like Orange County, like Muncie.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you have a world of difference. Nyack has had the same problem.
I don't think it's, there's a sinister part to this that I'll give you a side story. I do think that it is part of the state's control of the minute we give up these areas of 1A, 1B, that's when we have the state with the largest number of nonprofits. A ton of them are housing related and real estate related. And Cornerstone Housing is the one that stands out. Mary Cohen is the executive director. She is on the hunt for property around the state to develop because she has wealthy people with tax credit needs, contractors that want to build for her, and consultants that will do the whole thing. And they can latch on to properties and just go get the permits, and they have all the money.
Did they go into London area? Is that about the shopping center?
Oh, no, that Cornerstone that's
the house.
A different, Cornerstone Housing in Vermont, there's a Cornerstone entity in Boston that buys shopping centers. Yeah, they bought the one in Manchester too. But so I do think there's this sort of hidden agenda, of state-controlled housing, which then dictates who and what can rent in those places at what income levels, and then they control it. You have it going on at Ben High in Bennington, the project in West Rutland going on, and they own it, and they dictate who gets to live in those spaces. So I think that's the general plan: concentrated housing that's affordable in places like Bennington, Rutland, Manchester, Bellows Falls, they want you to try and comply with your 1A, 1B, but it really doesn't matter because you're a rural town, and my guess is they'd just rather you be rural. And if you really want to hear a sinister thought, I think it's Seth's bill to actually, it's an education bill that actually gets rid of all the rural schools. Because if you remove any primary homeowners from the rural towns.
Except for a few.
And, well, right, that person can promote choice and independent schools while writing an environmental bill that kills the rural communities. Because there's no primary homeowner that can afford this to live in these towns through this plan, long term. I mean, we're talking 30, 40 years.
Paul, have you, I read an article where it said Vermont is not the only one.
Is not what?
Is not the only one that is doing this kind of stuff, that it's kind of going across the nation. There are several other states that are looking at the same thing, and it's kind of a global thing where they're trying to drive everybody into this dense housing.
It's a great point, yeah. So Hawaii has done it, but Hawaii has a massive GDP of tourism, and they have a pretty good population too. Colorado has been kind of working on it. Tammy and I, if I could make my computer work, I was just showing Tammy how Vail Resorts, or Vail the town, has their whole bowl, and then right across I-70 they're building about 1,000 workforce housing units, and it's right there, and that they're doing it without needing big permits, but then preserving the Rockies. I think the biggest difference for Vermont is we don't know how to generate a very good tax revenue base.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough people. We lost, I don't know, 5% of our population in 3 years.
Yeah, and this year again, our death rate was higher than our birth rate.
Yeah, and we don't, so as that, we haven't figured out how to create tax revenue. We don't have the guts either to charge the visitors, and we don't have the guts to balance the tax base across the earners. Yesterday I posted on Facebook that there are 329,000 tax returns filed in the state of Vermont. 3,500 of them show earnings of more than 500,000, and of those 3,500, basically 364 had earnings of over $1 million, and we have 1 billionaire in the state. We're basically, I mean, we have 650,000 people here. You could just figure out the math there that we're living off of 3,500 tax returns. That's our tax base, and the rest it's basically the rest of the returns are subsidized through either homestead exemption and it's not like it's a bad economic thing. It's unfortunate that we live that way because those, call it, I don't know, 320,000 tax returns are getting a benefit from the state while the other 5,000 are basically paying for it.
I mean, you would think that the state would want to bring some industry into the state and create some more tax revenue.
Not with those maps.
No, I know that. I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot, but anyway.
So, yep, that's it. I don't know, do we have anything else?
No, I think you covered
We're going on the road tomorrow with this story.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul and Tammy.
You're gonna
Yes, thank
use a
you.
PC?
I'm gonna figure out what's going on with this.
Okay.
It worked last week. Seth probably got to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's like being in a movie theater.
All right. Yes, thank you.
I didn't want to be freezing.
So, short story, what should we be doing as a town? Just
I mean, you know me, I'd say stuff it to the state, but that doesn't always get anywhere. I tried that last week, and I got a grant application on Friday approved. It got rejected Monday just because I went to Montpelier
Are you kidding?
for $1 million.
Oh my God.
Politics.
Well, see, that's what I'm afraid of this whole opt-out. If we opt out, does Derek lose his safety grants? Do we lose our grants? I just want to know the consequences before we go down a road.
I thought, that story is really true. I went to Montpelier, tried to shake a couple of trees for the benefit of airports, and building new terminals and ramps, and was applying for $1 million feasibility grant. Got to somebody in Rutland, and they got through the system, and by Monday morning, the whole thing was rejected.
You gotta remember, there's nothing below Rutland.
Okay, Scott.
Here's the other thing, the state already hates us. The state does not like the town of Winhall, so really what do you got to lose? What more are they gonna do to us?
Probably hate Killington more.
But, you know, well, first, I've been with the town for, this will be 26 years. Last year was the first time I've ever had a pop-up inspection of the transfer station. She drove all the way from Burlington.
Yeah, that's the stuff that will, like, you start saying no to them, and they start sending, all of a sudden, you've got butterflies that live at the transfer station.
But they're gonna hate us anyway, so.
But you're right, I mean, I don't know.
So we just need to stay informed. We need to stay on top of it, stay informed, stay in communications with our other town board, Tammy's board,
That's
and.
the starting point is for us to all be and stay informed. And then I think, I mean, I want to tell you we should move slowly and cautiously, but I also don't want to miss the boat on anything that might be in the best interest of Winhall, and it's kind of hard to tell, you know, what it may be and what.
I guess we should all reach out to our senators and representatives.
Wouldn't hurt.
I mean, not that it's going to do any good, but at least we'll say, hey, we got a problem here, and make them sweat anyways.
There was a sample letter that I sent over to you guys that we could look at and send as a select board. And we can tweak it any way you want, but at least add the basics in there so we're not creating something brand new.
Well, why don't we put it on the agenda for next week and discuss that? Under new business, put draft letter.
Thank you, Paul, for...
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Tammy, I'm sorry I didn't make it to your meeting. I was not feeling well
That's okay, so we'll
that
see
night.
you
You
on
will,
And these are all
yes.
questions that we should be asking Matt when he's here on Wednesday.
So next Wednesday, the 8th at 6:30?
5:30.
He's on the agenda to start at 6.
Oh,
We can start at 5:30.
If more of us attend, should we just warn that we're gonna be there, Alyssa, just to protect us?
I just asked Lucia for the agenda so that when I send it out, we could say in the mass warning that there will be select board members.
Okay.
I know I saw the agenda today, so I'm sure she'll
Okay.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
Tammy, you and I talked about maybe also connecting with the town of Stratton.
Yes.
Because you have a shared, in the Stratton Resort with the, I mean, I really think that you could have a gold mine with Stratton being designated 1A, because they have highly restrictive covenants. I wouldn't say that to Manchester. But because they've already got a built-in, there isn't a lot of available land. The owners up there are highly invested. The restrictions are pretty restrictive. Stratton has first right of refusal on everything. So if an agency came along and said, we want to buy this for whatever.
You got a corporation with deep.
Yeah, they could say, no, we'll take that and we'll do it. So I think it's an interesting play in the state, kind of shooting them with their own bullets to some extent. Turning it back and saying, hey, Seth, what do you think of this one? So.
Yeah, you got some high-net individuals up there too that aren't gonna.
Maybe we should invite Seth over, not that he'll come, but we can at least put him on the spot.
Yeah, but with the tie-in with Stratton Town, I think it's important because of the base areas all.
We should be involved with, we should be tied to them.
So do you all have any relationship with the Stratton Select Board at all?
No, but I have no problem reaching out to Ken. I have a relationship with Ken, the town clerk, and just see what's going on tomorrow.
That would be a good start.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
Paul.
And thank you, Tammy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and Amanda for taking care of the computers. Andrea. Oh, Jesus, I got started on that again.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
The Artemis 2 launched while we were talking successfully.
Oh, did they?
What is it? What?
Artemis.
Steve Avison's down there watching it.
Yeah.
He could have given us an update.
Oh, the rocket went off, yep. On the full moon.
Hopefully they make it around the moon. Well, good thing they went when it was lit.
Kevin Bob, B-O-B.
Last time I watched this, I was in Europe skiing.
Okay.
Right there with the
All right. Any other discussion on Act 181? Are we moving on to the local option tax?
So it appeared to me, we got a letter from the state, or an email, that they're planning on taking the local option tax to use for state reappraisal and maybe keeping it in the future also, not just for that. That's what it appeared to me from the email that we got, that they plan on confiscating that money or not sending it down to us and using it for state reappraisal, and then, maybe we'll just keep it after that anyways.
I didn't see the letter, and I think we might just need clarification that they're not talking about just the percentage that they take already. Not that I think the state would be so generous as to let us have it, but I think we just need clarification on that.
If I may, Julie. So they were talking about taking the 1% option tax, which we only get a percentage of anyway because there's an administration fee that they keep for themselves. They were also talking about taking the pilot money, which is the tax revenue that the state gives us from Gale Meadows, which is right around $8,000. My understanding is that they've pushed this off for a year, but it doesn't mean that they're not coming back to try to take that. First off, I'm not willing to subsidize other towns that weren't smart enough to put money away for reappraisal. The town of Winhall's been putting money away in a reserve fund for a long time. I do not want to see us or Killington or Stratton be a town that's going to subsidize these towns that don't want to raise their taxes so they're not able to take care of themselves when they need a reappraisal or whatever they need. We're already sending $15 million to the state. There has to be a limit.
Okay, Scott.
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite done.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
So we voted the option tax in. If they're gonna take it and keep it, why don't we, at town meeting, vote it out? And you'll get nothing.
I mean, that's up
That's
for
what they're gonna
discussion.
do. Once you know definitely that that's what they're gonna do, I'd do away with the option tax. Why? You're not gonna get it, so why should we even have it?
Why should we send it to the state?
Okay, Beth.
It's approximately, for those of you that don't know or don't look at our town report, 24-25, it was over $202,000 that we got in this, what we got from the 1% option tax. I also say if they're gonna take the pilot money from Gale Meadows, then we should assess their property at the same level the rest of us get assessed, and we mail them a tax bill that is at the state rate, and we'll make out a whole lot better, because that's a lot of acreage over at Gale Meadows, which I can tell you exactly what that was.
Why should they're not gonna let us have it? Why should they have it?
So Fish and Game owns 458.09 acres around Gale Meadows in the town of Winhall. It doesn't include the other towns that also have land. And that includes the pond, obviously, which was a man-made pond.
We could tax it.
What percentage do they take now of the option tax money? I mean, what's the
It's not super clear.
I don't know, I'm figuring off the top of my head, probably, how much?
35.
Oh, 35, yeah, I was gonna say we probably get 63%.
Where's the other two go? No.
I consulted.
Yeah. But maybe with the state,
Take that to administer your tax processing act.
you know, if the state needs more money, what they should do is raise the statewide tax rate another % and keep that for themselves, and then they can support these towns that can't manage themselves properly.
Make it two.
Okay, guys, Scott?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, as a worker here in Vermont, I'm already paying for unwed mothers for childcare. There's money that comes out of my check every time for that shit. I'm tired of paying for other stuff. It's ridiculous. That's why I'm telling you, if they're gonna take your option tax, I say we vote it out once you know for a fact. I need more money for everybody else than I do for myself.
They like Winhall more and more, right?
Right. We stand up for ourselves. Okay, is there any other discussion? I do not want to be here till 9 o'clock again. So is there any other discussion that needs to happen about local option tax right now? It's unclear what they're going to be doing based on what I'm reading right now. But we can all, there was a letter that went out, we can all, do you have that, Lissa? You sent it to us, from VLCT. Ask your legislature not to raid local option tax fund. How can we get that out to everyone who was on the email list?
Can we just send that? Can we just forward that? I'm okay with that.
Send the whole email out to the 150 that are on our list?
Yeah, I say so because then anybody can, I mean, hopefully you're all on the email list already. If you're not, you need to be on it. All right, well, you give Alyssa your email and she'll add you on
send
there.
her an email tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can stand beside me when I leave.
Yes. So we forwarded that on. Everybody can
Read it.
and there's a link to act on that.
Did all the other towns get the same letter? Does anybody know?
VLCT would have sent it out to, I mean, it's a BCC email that Lissa got, so every town admin or people.
Every town and all of their, it says local leaders, so.
Yeah, so.
It went out to a lot of people.
Which it may have only gone to the people who have an option tax.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
It may not have gone to the others.
Right.
There's quite a few that have option taxes, right?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
And a lot more past this March, Randy. Some failed, but a lot passed.
Okay, so now we are moving on, unless anyone has anything else, to the job posting for town administrator position, which we have printed out here. I will read what Christy and we have worked on trying to get posting. Town administrator, town of Winhall, Vermont, population 1,100, is seeking qualified individual to serve as town administrator. Located at the base of Stratton Mountain Resort, Winhall provides core governmental services in police, fire, highway, solid waste, and short-term rentals. The administrator works under the direction of a 5-member select board and is responsible for the coordinating the people, projects, and programs of the town. Winhall has 15 full-time and 9 part-time employees, as well as 6 elected, it should be 7 elected officials.
I want to hear what the comp is and the...
A job description is available at winhall.org. Previous experience in town government, human resource management, business management, strong organizational skills, and the ability to work collaboratively with the elected officials, staff, and the public are preferred. Good people skills are essential. This is a full-time, in-person position based in the town office. anticipated hiring range of 80,000 to 95,000 with excellent benefits package. It is an incredible, it's the best that I have ever seen anywhere in my entire life. To apply, send a cover letter and resume to me, select vice chair at julia@winhall.org. Resume review, we've got to decide on a date for that. This will have an email link to a further description because we can't, and we have to decide where we're going to post this aside from vlct.org. And our newspaper of record is the Manchester Journal. So it will go there and it will go to VLCT. We need to decide as a board where else we want to put that. There were some recommendations. I would like to not put it out to 7 days. It was recommended, that's in Burlington, it's a local paper, it's statewide. They also recommended in New Hampshire, the equivalent VLCT. I think it needs to be, since it is an in-person position, we start closer, but willing to.
I would say, obviously, we should put it at our 5 posting places in town where we post other stuff. We should send it out to our email list.
I don't know that it makes.
Maybe Brattleboro Reformer, Rutland Herald, like go to that extent. Those are the papers that actually come to Winhall. I think the Banner might come here now.
Who gets a newspaper anymore?
I do, once in a while. Unless somebody else has some thoughts about where it should be posted.
Andrea.
This is something I've thought about for a while now, but I know the town police have a Facebook page, and that's been the main avenue to communicate with the public. And I know Beth posts on her personal page agendas, but I think that the town could use a Facebook page. And I know it's like similar to like the Londonderry Forum, maybe on the Facebook pages and the forums could be a great place in Manchester and Londonderry. But I think Winhall could also use a Facebook page as well in the future for consideration.
The only thing I'll say about that, and we've talked about it before, is that it becomes public record. You must then keep it. It was suggested in a New England conference that you should never have comments on.
Yes.
But it is public record because now you've created something. So that's just like another archival document that we must make sure we keep, where the police department's not required or the transfer station isn't necessarily required, but if the select board puts it out, then it's a whole different ball game.
Sure.
And as a business owner, like it has to be linked to a personal, and that person is going to change. So
And
it
that's why
makes it.
Winhall should have their own Facebook entity, is what I was thinking. If the town of Winhall Select Board has a Facebook page that then posts on behalf of that page. Is that?
You have to have a specific words.
Yeah.
Like the transfer
Like
station.
as a business, you're saying, you can't have it.
Transfer station.
No, it's attached to my business partner's personal account, so it makes it challenging.
Understood.
When I was on the school board, they had a thing called,
First thing that goes.
School spring. And that was a place where you would go to look up for superintendents, whatever. Do they have anything like that?
There are town administrator and town manager networks on email that could get it.
That seems like that would be.
Does the VLCT offer any kind of recruitment services?
They do, but, so they work, Christy will speak to this, she's been talking to VLCT.
They charge $9,000 to $12,000, and it's a 3 to 4 month process. So I did work with someone at VLTC to actually put this job description and the advertisement together, and it was at a rate of $90 an hour. And so here we are with doing it quickly. So I think that, and
Do you think there's another entity outside of VLCT that might do it? I mean, I'm trying to fill a position that I've hired a recruiter for. I didn't spend $9,000 several thousand
Right.
development, but not anywhere near 9.
I haven't looked at having a recruiter per se. I thought if it went up on the VLTC classifieds, and if we did it with the papers and it's on our website, and we did blast it out in an email, I thought that we would be covering a lot of bases. I mean, we can always add to it, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked at a recruiter, no.
I mean, the advantage to a recruiter is they will process the resumes, they will do the personality and emotional intelligence assessments, they will do the initial interview, and you can watch it, and then you pick and choose the candidates. I mean, we received over 100 applicants for the position we're looking for. Not something you want to, not a pile of applications
Right.
you want to probably.
Well, if you have a recruiter that you've worked with, I'd be happy to reach out. That'd be great.
That'd be great. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there a national or state association of public administrators or school organizations? I mean, there might be
human
groups,
resources.
associations that you can get that out to where you're getting a focused target audience.
So the town clerks and treasurers do have a statewide communication. It's called listserv. So I mean, I wouldn't have a problem sharing it there as well, but it's only going to the town clerks and treasurers. Not that they wouldn't hand it out, but it's not. I think that's kind of a dead end.
I think Lissa was talking about a listserv as well.
There's, two different ones that it could go out. Vermont and New Hampshire.
Okay, so, does anybody have any comments about this as
The wording's fine.
and then we've got to put this description, Lissa, on the website, and then there has to be a link, like an email address, so people can get to the better listing, because this is so brief.
And in terms of a date or a timeline, I think, Tammy, if I can figure out who you spoke with, maybe I'll try to touch base with them this week and see if
I'll try
that...
to send it to you.
Okay.
Information.
And, but I think that as far as what I would like is to make a motion that we accept the job advertisement, and that Julie and I can continue to work together to determine where it should be posted, and the timeline after connecting with at least one recruiter.
So I will make a motion to allow Julie and Christie to move forward with this, with the change of 6 to 7 elected officials, and then obviously you guys filling in this resume review date down here that we don't quite have.
I'll second that.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
What's its online job descriptions?
That was the one add-on that they need to give a date after
Right, and
they talk to the recruiter.
Our current town administrator has decided, does not want to go through a new contract renewal. Her contract is up April 30th, because there's not 31 days in April. And so she has graciously agreed to stay on and help train that person. So as soon as we can find the appropriate person, but we have a little bit of time. Okay, so motion has been made and seconded. And no other discussion. All in favor of approving the motion? Aye. Okay, motion passed. Unanimous? Okay. So now we are on to RFP for Middletown Cemetery stonewall repair.
That just needs to be moved forward, as I have not had a chance to go out there to take photos, measurements, etc.
Okay, so that's going under, are we keeping it?
I should have something, Julie, with Scott's help by the next meeting.
Okay,
so we can get that out.
Do we need to keep that on old business or move it to old business?
Yes, that'd be lovely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then RFP for library roof, same thing. We will work.
Why are we, sorry.
Because we don't have an RFP, so it's going to have to move, right?
Why don't we have an RFP for the roof? That was 2 weeks ago, we talked about having that ready. Do you have?
I asked that question last time, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, you asked for the paper, and I gave you the paper as to what Ray had incorporated. I don't write the RFP.
You were giving us the quote, well, we had the quote from Ray.
Right, and that's what you guys
Yeah.
wanted, so you could see what he had listed out.
And I thought you and Lisa were gonna get together to just do a new RFP so that it took that information out and it was just the details of what needed to be bid.
I didn't understand we were supposed to meet and write one for today, but we can have one for next week when Scott, or 2 weeks when Scott's meeting night
It would be
will
nice
normally
if
be.
they were on my night, so I didn't have to come in for both meetings.
Will you send that out ahead of time, Melissa, and I'll work with Scott for this other RFP so we can review them ahead of time before the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have 2 things to add that were added to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. The first is the engineering. I just wrote engineering, but
That's okay.
Andrea can
So I
speak
sent
to
an email to the select board Tuesday evening, and I have,
Easy.
so sorry,
Easy.
losing my
Are you
balance
okay?
here. I'm hanging in there.
have some bruises
Yep,
on my
same thing. Similar I sent this afternoon. I just brought copies for everybody
Thank
to
you.
review on your own
Thank you
time.
very much.
My intent is not to take up everybody's time with this. I also have a copy for you, Lisa, if you'd like it. The intent is not to take up everyone's time with this and to make you all stay here later than you need to. But I would like to go through what this letter summarizes and why I've written it. So as many of you know, I am leaving the corporate consulting world and going to the smaller consulting world for reasons similar to Act 181 and what's been discussed there, not only because of that, but just the overall implications of what the corporate world does to us as humans and to small homeowners and towns. So I'm here to address specifically the projects on the Winhall Hollow Road and Kendall Farm culvert replacements. And I'm here because tonight and adding it to this agenda, which I know is very long, because the pre-bid meeting is mandatory and on April 10th. So I wanted to address you guys sooner rather than later to ask you to postpone this RFP. If you would like to get into an engineering engagement with Edmund Kessler Engineers, who I will be starting employment with April 20th, but I've already been working on these kinds of contracts with and reaching out to small towns, starting with Winhall, to help provide engineering services related to design and permitting services for specifically culvert replacements, but a slew of other things as well. And we also wanted to mention that an on-call engineering services is also available to be that quick email you need when you need to have a question about Act 181 or when you have a question about septics and short-term rentals. We want to be those on-call trusted advisors for you. So I'll just quickly walk through what and summarize these high points and again give you time to digest this letter fully. But what I really want to emphasize with the culvert replacements is that having a fully engineered design and a plan set before bidding ensures every contractor is pricing the same structure, the same grading limits, the same dewatering requirements, same erosion control measures, and the same details, rather than taking a limited RFP that is just a narrative written bullet list and making assumptions and not necessarily and making a choice on a structure as well in some cases and having to give an assumed price on that. So if you're able to do design beforehand and get your permits beforehand, now you have a buildable plan that you can give with the RFP to the contractor, giving them items that they can price and quantify easily, and now you have comparable bids that are actually actually comparing apples to apples as opposed to apples to oranges, which is what I felt like some of the RFPs have been doing lately, to nobody's fault, to the point that this is just a process that a lot of smaller towns have been following, that we feel like, I think, as a resident, Winhall could benefit from. So Edmund Kessling, Nicole Kessling is the president currently of the company, and she offers these very similar services to Killington and Chittenden. They currently don't have a standing on-call contract. They just reach out to her and she answers the questions. And that's kind of what I'm offering to do in a way. But really wanted to emphasize why a fully engineered design and a plan set and permits before you go to construction is really helpful. And I guess I also wanted to mention that while pairing up with a contractor is an option, it's not preferred for engineers to team up with contractors. We'd rather work directly with the town and, like I said, be an independent advisor to the town. So the next steps, what I see happening would be me going to the site or someone from Edmund going to the site with Trevor or Scott, or whoever is representing the project, and discussing the prioritization of these culverts, why now, are there funding constraints tied to these culverts that we need to spend a certain amount of money or a certain grant money in a certain amount of time, and then move the projects forward with engineered plans, again, prior to the contractor bidding. So this, if we decide to move forward with this site visit, then after the site visit, we could prepare a specific site-specific proposal for each culvert replacement to give you an idea of what the scope of services would be for engineering, looking at what permits are required, what do you need to do for additional hydraulic analyses, if any, if that is required, or if it's needed to get more information to make a good, educated decision on the right structure that's going to be the most flood resilient option and cost-effective option for the town. And then after we have that, then you have the choice to choose which ones you'd like to go with. And from there, we can move forward with the permitting and design, and then hopefully go to bid, obtain permits this year, and then go to bid early 2027 is my thinking. So I guess just with all the talk about consultants tonight, I just really want to emphasize that the intent is to keep this effort efficient. The intent's not to produce a large bill for the town. It's to keep it efficient and proportional to the project size. None of these 3 culverts that I have mentioned here are the size of the French Hollow culvert that was installed last year, but this is like a first step to engaging with the town and a good pilot project, in my opinion, to engage with the town to see how this process could go in terms of this on-call engineering agreement. The only other thing I want to mention is you'll see this example scope of services, and it's noted there that not all of these services will be required necessarily for each of these culvert projects, so that's where that initial site visit comes in and where that site-specific proposal would follow. And the other permit that I have not really seen any engagement with or discussion of or any analyses of is the town flood hazard regulations that were produced in 2011, which as the Planning Commission has noted that those need to be updated. And not only do those need to be updated, but they currently aren't being, thought of, I feel like, with these culvert replacement projects. And the regulations themselves lack some measurable criteria, in my opinion, and V-Trans has really great guidance that I know really well that could be used in lieu of updated regulations until updated regulations are able to get implemented while we're waiting for all of this Act 181 business to get sorted out. So I just wanted to mention the town of Winhall flood hazard review because that is a requirement in order to keep your National Flood Insurance Program insurance in the town to be in compliance with that rule. I just want to wrap up and not take up any more of your time, and thank you for your time and thank you for your service to the town. And
make sure I hit all my points here. And yes, just thank you for your consideration. You all know I'm not going anywhere. I'm still very passionate about all the town projects, and I want to be involved. And I'm really excited that this new company, Edmund Kesslering, new to me, not new to Rutland County. They've been around since 1982, and they also have shared this passion for small towns and deeply care about these communities and helping. So that's my proposal, that's my pitch. Please take all the time you need to digest it. But I just wanted to mention it now, like I said, because that pre-bid meeting is coming up next Friday, April 10th.
Yep. So you just said something about 27?
27.
You're 2027, putting them off until 2027.
Yes. So we're we're 2026. We need to do an initial site visit to gauge how long each project would take to get through the permitting process and design process. It's usually about 2 months to do like a site-specific survey and a site plan. And then all the permits after that to follow. I mean, it's usually like a month for the state river management engineer to review a permit. Army Corps can range, and they're actually issuing a new set of nationwide permits, which are supposed to be more applicable. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is it depends on the permits required for the project. But the goal would be to, yes, put the project up to bid to contractors with a permitted design in place, with permits in place, early 2027.
The projects we've spec'd, some of them are relying on being done for paving projects to be done this year.
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't, and we've already got some of the agencies have already said, no, that you don't have to get a permit from us because this doesn't qualify under what we look at.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that it's going to affect these. Mm-hmm. Now, maybe some of the other ones, like if we're doing the access road and stuff, that might be different. Personally, I don't think that the ones that we have spec'd out and we're planning on meeting on April 10th are going to be required for this. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
is it all right if I let him speak?
Yes.
Yeah, so
no, you're doing great. I'm kind of liking it.
They don't qualify for stream alteration or anything.
According to your own town bylaws, they say they do.
Well, I've talked to Josh Carvajal, and I'm just...
No, I hear you. I'm just saying, if you want to be, your own town rules say that bridge and culvert replacements must obtain a stream alteration permit with the state of Vermont. And I see why that, like, I understand how these flood regulations came about. They came about in Irene when everyone was in a rush to get some regulations on the page, give some guardrails, to what was happening in the rivers at that time, when it was a total madhouse. Yeah. So what they did, it was, okay, here's a blank template of flood regulations you can implement to give your town people some guidelines, and in lieu of having a town engineer or hiring a consultant, you're going to have to obtain a stream alteration permit to have the river management engineer come in and give an idea of a right culvert size or a right, the right structure and the right methodology to go about this project.
I think it's great, and I think that we may talk to you about possibly providing some service to us. I think from what we had been told from Josh and et cetera, and he even agreed that the Corps of Engineers was not involved in these two projects. Mm-hmm. Okay, so personally, I don't think that those projects are going to be held up because of that. That doesn't mean that we won't have some other projects. We have the one out by John Spencer's that's holding the ballgame. That we should probably get involved. But I think that these two little ones here, I don't think are going to require that.
Do we have Josh's statement in writing? Or is it just...
It just doesn't meet, because the one on Winhall Hollow...
I'm sorry. I just want to know if we have it in writing.
Let me explain. So the only one that even has a hydraulic study is the one on Winhall Hollow Road, just past the bridge. That's the only one of the three. Mm-hmm. As even the state won't even look at the other ones. Mm-hmm. They have no desire because it doesn't meet qualifications for it.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about, the only permits we might have to get would be wetlands, and that's probably going to be under general non-reporting. at the end of the day because we're gonna be under the threshold. The rest of the project, and I have come to you guys before in the past with projects and stuff like that, is doing something. She got a great idea. We have discussed this in the past, to hire an engineer to help us with some of these, to go back to your other comments about having a set of plans and stuff like that. We've done this for quite a few years now with the state's assistance, and kind of push, I think is the word I'm looking for, Alyssa. We've done a design to build with all of our projects, and the reason is to keep the town's name out of the permits. Because right now, we've got one culvert in town that's been done that still hasn't been signed off on by the state. And the permit for that culvert is in the contractor's name still. Whereas if that culvert has failed, then it goes back to the town to be responsible for that culvert. That's why we've done it the way we've done it, having the contractors carry all the permits. We do, I believe, wetlands in Army Corps.
Wetlands and Army Corps.
Those are the only ones we do, but stream alteration and all the others, we let the contractor do because then they're next on the line. So we're not held reliable for them just going in and doing what they want and not doing the project.
But do you also see the inherent risk of surprise change orders when someone installs a culvert, or installs something not entirely, if there's not a certain plan in place, then the river management engineer can come out and say, hey, that's wrong, and that in turn costs the town more money because they aren't following the plan per se.
If you go back and look at the other RFPs we've done, like French Hollow, South Road, and whatever one we did last year, they all require an engineer stamp plan from the contractor.
But do we have that at the time that you meet on site?
It's all right in the RFP.
Because
Not when we meet for the pre-bid.
the site, well, that's what
It's in the RFP to make sure it's all part of the criteria. It's required permits and engineered stamp plans before the project is started.
I guess what I'm following up, if I'm hearing you correctly, Andrea, and you can correct me if I'm not right, you're saying when they go to the pre-bid meeting, if there's at least even you saying, okay, you gotta have these things or this and that, everybody is bidding on the same thing, where if it's part of their bid getting the permit, not everybody's bidding on the same length of culvert that we've had or the extra rock that we had to put in. These are just ones I've been involved in that I've seen discrepancies.
Well, okay.
Well, the permit's required. They could just not obtain the right permits if they don't have, maybe Lisa knows because she has the experience of knowing what permits are required, but.
What we do in there also, and it's in the MRGP guidelines, in all projects we do, which all outline, you know what they are.
Yeah.
They're all black and white. If you can't figure it out, you need to ask the question. That's how we get around that. We just put it in there that you have to follow the MRGP standards on the projects, which is a blanket.
But that also doesn't apply to perennial streams. MRGP is for municipal roads to carry ephemeral ditches and streams and apply BMP practices, which is not really the same thing, in my opinion. And I'm just curious with the engineer stamp plans, but I don't know what engineer they're procuring to stamp the plans.
Well, it's usually...
Or do they hire to?
Right, but who's one that usually does them all?
Sometimes it's contact, sometimes it's...
Who's the engineer? That was Brattleboro, I think it was. There was somebody else that did a bunch of them.
Bell did some for a while.
Bell's done a lot.
Bell Engineering.
Bell Engineers engineered a lot of our projects.
Gotcha.
And stuff. So there's always, I just want to make sure you're aware that we are trying our best to make sure all these avenues are covered. We're not just shooting from the hip here. And then we usually do a design to build. And the reason is there's a story with that, like out on South Road, for instance. We do a design to build because if we go in there and say, okay, we want a box culvert, this length, that size, whatever, all of a sudden there's a shortage of box culverts. You can't get it. So we do a design to build so there's options. And there's been a couple different times we have done, all right, that we can't get the box culvert, so we got to go with the other bidder because they can get us around pipe. So that's the other reason why we do it, and this is fully backed by the state. They've encouraged us to do it this way because it's easier, it's cleaner, and it puts more pressure on the contractor to do the project correct that way. Because otherwise, like the one culvert we got that's still not signed off by the state, we would be on the hook for that.
Who needs to come see it from the state? I'm confused about that. Josh Carvajal needs to come see it from the state? He can't come see it when he's in town? I don't.
He hasn't signed off on it because it's not done.
It's not done proper. It's failed.
Well, why was it not done properly?
At the time it was put in, he okayed the material they put in it, and it washed out. Okay? Now they've changed the design of the concrete box culverts, where they put them in half so they can put in bigger material. They had to put a machine inside, and he said, yeah, looks good. We had high water in the spring, and it washed all of it out.
So is the engineer making these decisions about which material needs to go in there to withstand that water?
It was Josh's call.
That was Josh's call. He's the one who approved it at that point, said, yep, looks good. Okay, it wasn't, but anyway, we don't need.
I'm not trying, I'm just trying to explain to her, so she understands why we put the permits in the.
But I also want you to understand that I also want you all to see, like, maybe it might be helpful to have an engineer on call to call these decisions.
100%.
I respect Josh Garball immensely. I think he's a great engineer, and I love seeing him on site and working with him. But he also, like, he's not putting his stamp on the line, right? Like, he's not putting, so he doesn't have to make the best call always. He's just making that decision. And we can do like an actual model to say, hey, this amount of stone's actually gonna hold up. That's all I'm thinking.
Okay, Teresa.
I just wanted to follow up on Beth's comment, because I remember being at those meetings when that whole culvert thing was wrong. And I mean, I don't think the town should get to that point where it was wrong, because was it not struck out right? I don't know, I don't care, it doesn't matter to me, but it cost somebody some money, whether it was the town, whether it was the contractor, which if it was, I'm sure he wasn't happy. So I mean, I'm just kind of tagging on what Beth was saying. It's a little alarming to me to think that you think that this is still the best practice with that type of stuff going on. I realize it's one in however many, but that's all I was saying. I mean, I don't need to know anything about it. I just.
Thank you, Andrea.
So, Andrea, can we move engineering services to old business for next?
Well, we can talk about it more. I think it's a good idea.
I think so.
I don't think we should put off the 2 projects we have listed for pre-bid meeting on the 10th, personally.
All 3 of them are listed. Is it all? It's okay. No, I just want to make sure it wasn't just one or the other.
And Andrea, if you wanted to meet with me before the meeting, go out and look, and I can walk you through them. I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get your outfit.
Well, I'd like to know too, you were talking to the state who signed off on like no Army Corps permits and whatnot, because we can talk later.
Yeah,
we won't take up any more.
No, you're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I know you only have our best interest at heart living in town.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is this done through like a time period contract, or is it done through hourly? Like,
It can be flexible. This is kind of like I said, a pilot program, and it's currently not really under contract, so it can be hourly, which is what Edmund Kessler is currently doing with the town of Killington and the town of Chittenden. But we could do a limited, like a lump sum contract, and then we bill to that hourly as needed as questions come up, and send you an itemized bill of what each, how many hours we spent on this question or that question. Obviously, if we foresee several hours being spent on a question, we would let you know that in advance, and then if it leads to a larger scope or effort, we would let you know that and submit a proposal with that estimate.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Because in the bottom line, we gotta pay for it.
Yeah.
So now we do that.
And again, the goal is to be efficient. Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Changes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrea. Appreciate it.
She hasn't got any access for answers.
No, but we've got one other thing we've added, which is Eric, federal funding.
Federal funding. So, I have to say I'm impressed with their stamina and endurance. And I'm the last man standing here.
But we're not even done after you.
We got all this up after
Oh my gosh, all right. So I took for those of you who don't know me, I'm Eric Moses. I own and operate the EV ultra fast charging site across from 7-Eleven. And I have stripped down a presentation to a smaller presentation, and then during this meeting, I stripped it even further.
So I'm going to step aside, because I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to.
Okay, well, you can sit
No,
there.
I'm going to step aside for a minute. I can go to the restroom.
Okay.
I didn't want to get up, and now I will.
All right.
So this doesn't involve any budget, resources, or anything from this town, or even Bennington for that matter. It's basically, we've identified a potential, and I emphasize the word potential, opportunity to use congressional directed spending that was made available and announced March 17th by Senator Sanders' office. And these funds are for federal and state initiatives, but exclusively funded by the federal budget and available for the Vermont community for 2027. Okay? The opportunity that I've identified involves building two things. One is what I even discussed when I first introduced this charging site, which was a kind of a customer self-serve hut, which would include vending machines with locally produced products, whether it's farmer products or produced food or artisan products. And then the other building would involve a solar-powered canopy, which would generate roughly 15 megawatts of electricity, and we just feed it right back to the grid. I would not use those for my chargers. They are not even close to what I need for my charging station, and I would just use the solar power to give back. And this would be at the site.
At the same site the charging stations are at.
What's the address of that, just for the...
40 Vermont Route 30 in Winhall. So the funds to build this would involve potentially CDS, Congressional Direct Spending, and my company. No funds, like I said, would come from Winhall or Bennington or Vermont. And why would I be doing this at this site? And basically, we feel that the site is in a really good location to help support the local businesses with a simple structure like this, with vending machines. We have seen our business grow pretty nicely, and we're developing quite a loyal customer base from tourists from Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, who are sitting idle while their car is charging. And they've often said, why don't you have something here that we can buy? So this is where some of the ideas came up from. And we are seeing our business growing. The battery EV industry, though it's on pause for 2025 in terms of growth, it is still growing in terms of the registered cars that are being added to our infrastructure every year. And I won't go into that because that's a whole other big complex discussion, but the market is still very promising with the new technologies developing in battery EVs. Also, I'd say our site is a good location for this. We have a 10 out of 10 plug share score and a 5 out of 5 Google score and really positive customer reviews. We're trying to really develop this as a white glove customer service experience, because on average, fast charging sites are not so good with this. We have a 98% success rate. The country average is anywhere from 75 to 85% success rate for fast charging. I won't go into the engineering and technical aspects of that, but we are striving to be at the top of the industry performance metrics. You may know it's the fastest charging speed available in New England with two 400 kilowatt chargers. So we're trying to make a good name for ourselves and leverage this, and that's why we feel that this is a decent location for this opportunity. So where are we at now with this whole process? I'm almost done. I'll be done in 2 minutes, I think, which is good for me if you knew my track record with presentations. We're beginning this process just by merely wanting to submit an application for Senator Sanders' CDS team to review. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just is this concept even viable? I did an assessment, but they need to really go through it with a fine-tooth comb. They get hundreds of applications and they have to decide which ones they will accept. In order for this application to be submitted, though, I need a government or a non-profit organization to be assigned as the requesting entity.
That's okay.
That doesn't mean this is a done deal. It's just to say, we get it, we give the right to submit this application, and let the ball, throw the ball into the court and let the game begin. Once the application is submitted, the CDS team goes through a very rough scrutinizing exercise to figure out which initiatives they will accept. They'll also determine what scope, what funds, and then they throw it back to me. And they might give me $1, they might give me $1,000, we don't know. They might cut the scope, make all sorts of requirements, and at the end I have to decide, hey, does this still make sense? After that, assuming that I approve all this, then it doesn't stop there. It has to go to the House and the Senate, the federal House of Representatives and the Senate. So it's quite a stage gate process with lots of approvals. Now let's say everybody approves this all the way down to the House and the Senate. Then I come back and now I started here because everything has to be accepted, just like any construction has to be accepted, going through the zoning board and all the other requirements. The one thing that I want to be particularly sensitive about is that if everything goes exactly as planned, and as I recite this to you all, I'm wondering the probability of this actually getting through all these stage gates, but let's say it all goes through. Then the town treasurer, Deb Avison, would be responsible for distributing the funds that are allocated from this CDS initiative. So my approach would be to work with her and you all and whoever else in the town hall could be part of this process to make this as seamless and easy as possible. Again, assuming that it gets through all these stage gates. And I'm asking if you guys would at least approve being the requesting entity so we can start the process.
So did you hear back from Debbie?
I didn't. I sent her a follow-up email.
Okay.
I sent her.
Because, you and I have talked. There is zero benefit to the town of Winhall for Debbie taking this on, and my biggest concern was adding something more to her plate, such as a grant that she has to maintain, audit, etc., without her consent to move forward. Because the only way Eric can submit this is for a municipality to apply or a non-profit to sign off for him to move forward. As part of the select board, I've already told you that I wasn't willing to move forward without Debbie saying, oh yes, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Scott?
Does Debbie get paid by the town?
Yes.
So what you're basically saying is that you want us, the taxpayers, to pay Debbie to do something for you that I ain't getting nothing back from. Basically.
Well, the initiative would be considered beneficial for the community. I don't know if Winhall specifically, if there's food, artisans from the town.
But again, can you use taxpayer money in that manner to pay, because that's literally what you're doing. You're taking taxpayer money to pay your treasurer to work for a private entity. I don't, as a taxpayer, I don't want to give him.
So there are some exemptions under Act 181 for renewable energy projects. So I'd be super careful to think that you might actually get a chance to bring this back to the table in the future. If the state government says, too bad, Winhall, you don't get to approve this. We already did.
Wait, explain that again.
So, Act 181
Right.
has some exemptions for renewable energy projects, which say Act 250 doesn't apply. And towns, neither do you. So, I don't know that this comes back to the table, right? This doesn't necessarily, if it is exempted on a state or federal level, the town zoning bylaws and the planning board may not get a say. Did I clarify?
Yes,
sufficiently? Okay.
Yeah.
It's exactly what's going on right now. So,
My thing was with Debbie, our treasurer, not just me.
Okay.
Yes, please. So I have a question about the two proposed improvements. I don't necessarily have a problem with the electricity part. The self-serve vending machines is, if you cannot get both, are you still going to pursue this? Or is it both or none?
No,
or?
it depends on what they come back with.
Okay.
If they say we'll do the hut, but not the solar.
Well, I'm talking on a select board level. I'm not talking about us wherever you need to get approval from. Excuse my ignorance, but when you are charging a car, do you have to be right next to it? Does it have to be unlocked?
No.
So I'm going to be the devil's advocate and say there are Winhall and 7-Eleven right there to get snacks at, and a lot of local people sell to Winhall, so that's going to put a damper on their business. So I would not necessarily I would not be okay with having some sort of self-serve vending machines in the town.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, the details haven't been mapped out.
No, and
I
just putting my opinion out there.
The objective would not be to challenge that business.
Yes, but your direct quote was to support local businesses with vending machines. And to work at a small business in the area and tell me that you're supporting me by putting in a vending machine is not really supporting local businesses.
But I think what he was saying, what I took is like Grandma Miller's.
Right.
He's talking local products in the vending machine.
Yeah, but
And
most
just
of
a
the
small
local products are not going to hold up in a vending machine.
Yeah.
These need to be refrigerated. You can't sell a slice of pie in a vending machine that is going to last all summer long.
Right, so it'd have to be certain types of products,
Right,
clearly. And
so-
by the way, this building would probably be like this big.
Right.
It's basically, I don't know if I've driven down to Taconic in New York, and they have a taste of New York, which gives you a sample of varying local artisan foods and products. And that's all this would be. It would be to introduce people to various products, and then they say, hey, for example, whether it's Grandma Miller's or whether it's the bread from Earth Sky Time Farm, they're like, oh, I really like this. Now I want to go where the big selection is. So
Right.
This would be like a bunch of samples. And look, I'll be honest, I'm not in this business to go into selling products.
Right.
I'm in this for charging cars.
Right.
And providing conveniences. And it could be as simple as we just sell coffee from Rawsonville and make a deal with them.
Right. So I guess
flexible.
that my question goes back to, if you could not do both, would you still pursue the project?
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty open, and the other thing is, there's a lot of opportunities for this to be projected.
Right, and no, I understand that, but I don't want to give you the okay to go ahead and submit this application if this is something that's not going to, that is going to impact the community in some way. I understand the benefits of it as well, but I just want to be clear if it's both or none.
Yeah, everything's very conditional.
Fair, okay?
Okay, Scott?
Well, I think the best said, I don't think you guys can do anything until you hear from Debbie. Because honestly, if you made that decision or something and told me I had to do it.
But just to keep in mind, and I understand that the perception is, oh, if we approve it now, it's going forward, and we have to say yes. It's not that, it's just the application goes in.
Could.
No, because you guys have to approve it at the end. So at the end of the run, when everything is done, it's like you guys could say, you know what? This scope doesn't work for us, or this amount of work doesn't work for us, so we're not going to go forward. All I'm doing is just putting it into the pipeline for Senator Sanders' team to look at it and say, does it even make sense from their perspective? And they might say, no, it doesn't. Forget it.
Are you only doing it if you get the funding?
It depends. It depends.
Okay, and your deadline, just to be clear, I didn't hear you say it, but I know your deadline was actually Monday. I know it's extremely quick to apply for this. I am very hesitant to sign Debbie up for something, another burden, as she already has a full-time job. I know this is not a big thing. I write grants. I do know that there's time involved, and especially if a municipality signs up, there's an audit. I mean, there's a trail. When we got the free pavement out front, the park and ride, Dennis McCarthy thought we were all done. Suddenly, 10 years later, we have a brand new treasurer. It happened to be me. The IRS knocked on the door, and they wanted paperwork. I said, well, here, this is what I have. Well, what do you know? That wasn't enough. So luckily, Dennis McCarthy was very thorough, and he had a box of files, probably as long as this table. And with Alexander's help, we scanned every single file, labeled, and sent it to the IRS. And luckily, we were able to close that out. But it was a little frightening, because if Kate was gone, she had actually passed away, so she was not going to be any help at all. And Dennis was no longer here, so if I hadn't found that file box, we would have been in serious trouble. So there's, it would be like these guys signing the town clerk up for possibly doing something without my permission as an elected official, because we're truly not in charge of Debbie. She's an elected official. She works on her own. She makes her own decisions in that office.
Yeah, so I agree. This is not to put a ton of burden on her, and if it is like that, then I don't want to go forward either, to tell you the truth. So this was announced 2 weeks ago. I started learning about it on Monday, so I am hardly proficient expert in congressional direct spending. But basically from the video and reading a little bit about it and trying to get my head around it, I'm like, well, all I'm doing is just applying. And there's a lot of ways that this can be rejected. In fact, I'll be honest, the probability of it getting through is pretty small. And, but I thought, hey, you don't know if you don't try. And we'll see how it goes. But I want to be reasonable about it. I want to support the community. I am not in the food business. I'm not in artisan or retail in general, except for selling electricity to card, which is a big enough, complicated enough industry for me to deal with. So I can't really get distracted by these things. But I just thought, again, maybe it was a simple opportunity to promote the community and get some electricity back and create some sense of green, sustainable energy as well.
I think if it wasn't putting something on Deb, the treasurer, that the idea of the 10 charging units is actually interesting. Not the vending machines, but if you have 10 charging units and you're right across from 7-Eleven and right next door to Winhall Market, and people are parking and they're going to go grab something and you're making extra electricity that comes back into the grid, that's great. But I think without Deb's blessing, and I'm sorry that your timeline is challenged, but I totally understand, because I don't know what it takes to handle that kind of money and the audits and everything else, and I know you don't know how much it would be, but I think you get farther if you, I don't know again with your timeline, but if you ixnay the vending machines, then I think the 10 charging stations might have more appeal by themselves.
He already has the charging stations.
What's that?
He already has the charging stations. It's solar.
Solar canopy.
It's a solar, right, yeah, but
I'm not actually allowed to put any more chargers in there for Green Mountain Power. I've already sucked up enough electricity out of it.
Yeah, it would be a standalone,
Solar.
with just solar on the roof. Just a structure with solar on the roof was the conceptual plan that I saw earlier in the week.
Okay, but the vending machine.
I think the reality is the short timeline makes it impossible for us to make the kind of decision that we would have to, I mean, that's my opinion, if the whole thing needs to be in by Monday. Like, we
Last
don't.
Monday.
Oh, not this.
Last Monday, yeah, so I totally understand how this is being processed and perceived. Here's how I would look at it as my daughter's applying to college. This is just giving the right or the permission to apply, that's it. Doesn't mean anything after that. It doesn't mean that we're committing anything.
And it doesn't mean that we're committing anything?
You're not committing anything except that I have the right to apply to it and see what happens. And after that, it could be put in the garbage. There's just so many, including myself.
Is the town's name tied to this?
Well, they would be the requesting entity is the classification.
I mean, that does put us, I mean, if we're requesting, does that, I mean, what liability does that put on us?
But you're requesting. It's you, it's not Eric. It's you as a municipality.
Yeah. I guess. It's 10 charging stations where?
No, I don't have the chargers.
They're there.
This is just to add a small building with some local products that could be sold in a vending machine and a solar power canopy roof. That would fall under the policy and parameters of the congressional direct spending funds that are made available.
I got you. Okay, go.
Thanks. No, I'm just wondering if there's any negative implications. Will it prohibit the town of Winhall from applying another grant?
I don't know that.
I know.
Well, it's for 2027. But
I think the question,
and it's already kind of closed, so I don't know if anybody's going to be able to apply for that period for, and they gave us only 2 weeks, and they cut it short, actually. They were supposed to give us 3.
So you just said it was closed, but you're gonna try to apply for it?
Well, I reached out to them and let them know that I'm working on this, and I was going to come to the select board meeting.
Got it, okay.
I mean, we can't, the first initial gate is our treasurer. And so we can't make a decision on anything outside of a select board meeting. And so if we don't have Deb's input, our treasurer, I just don't think we can, I think just logistically, we can't make a decision.
I would have to agree with that. I'm not willing to sign Debbie up for something or to put the town on the hook without actually doing my own homework, Eric. As you know, I like to read. I like to know the ins and outs of things, what the complications may be for us. I mean, maybe down the road, they're gonna offer a grant for restrooms. And I'm 100% into entertaining that under some solar thing like this down the road.
Because I agree that would be a great grant to have.
Right, but again, it would have to have Debbie's blessing 100% as an elected official.
All right, I understand.
It would be illegal for us to sign her up for something.
Even if it's just an application, so.
Yeah, I also agree. Yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate the time, and I apologize that the time crunch put us in this position. And
No, it wasn't you. It's you definitely didn't know either until you came to see me on Monday. So
yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thanks, I appreciate your time, I appreciate your engagement and your stamina.
Yeah, thank you. And
Okay.
the solar chargers are doing great, and people are raving about them, so good job with that.
Thank you.
We have a,
You can, Caroline's got to go to the restroom. Can
okay,
just
we
have
are
a quick-
stopping for a potty break.
I could do the same, but I'll do that in between executive session.
Okay.
When everybody's filing out, I'll push them out of the way and go.
You really want me to get that close?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be sick tomorrow.
I'm already sick.
Yeah,
You not hear my voice?
Julie, are you going to warn me for any executive session that happens?
I think we're okay. I think so. I think we'll go through. Do you have access permits or?
No, but I have 3 liquor permits. And I'm sorry to be here sick, but there was so much on the agenda, I didn't dare miss it.
Okay, so we're gonna wait for her to get back from potty break.
Give you my update, and then I just printed out something instead of, because I have to pick up my daughter by 10. And it takes me an hour
I
to
gotta
get
get
back.
going, I got a long drive too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know.
Julie's got to go all the way up the access road back down. I'm sorry, I don't know why.
You know what? I just find it a delightful metaphor for Vermont.
There you go, yeah.
Like people go, does it bother you? And I'm like, no. I'm like, it's like Vermont. It's inconvenient and beautiful.
I think if you can drive somewhere in under an hour, it's close. Like an hour seems very
That's why they got
Yes, I agree with that.
And you know what?
That's why I had such a great time that I got me a
Daughter to Dartmouth for
You can always
appointments.
ask.
I've got like 5 more minutes. If you need something from me, I'll just kind of hang out, or I can run. You tell me.
I'd say, no, I don't think there's anything that we are gonna
Okay,
have.
you can always text me because I'll be driving for an hour and a very captive audience.
Okay, great.
Okay.
My wife. Yeah.
It was really great to see you. Yeah, I hope you were entertained with the name. And make sure you email so you can get on Liz's list so you can stay in the loop of everything.
Yeah, I want to get your application thing. I can sell my wife on it. She's going.
All right, she's gotta be here. Do you live here?
Well, September we will be, if Pete's on target.
Oh, great. Okay, so we will be back in our meeting. Our minute taker is back. So we are going to move through the administrative. We have no access permit application. We need a motion to close
I make a motion.
to pause the select board meeting, and I'm exhausted, and open the liquor board at 8:51.
Can you explain that?
So the liquor board has to be a separate board, so we have to close out as a select board, we have to open as the town liquor board.
Oh.
And I know we didn't do that before, this is new.
Oh, okay.
And we're actually doing it correctly.
A motion? I did not make a motion, I asked.
I'll make the motion that we recess the select board meeting at 8:51 for the purpose of liquor licenses.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Aye. Okay.
We have 3 liquor licenses. This is for, the reason I'm doing it so she didn't have to talk. 7-Eleven for a second-class liquor license. 7-Eleven for a
Tobacco.
and 7 7-Eleven for tobacco substitute endorsement.
Okay, so can I make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, you make the motion.
Well, no, I guess I really shouldn't, because I own the property.
I make a motion to approve all 3 liquor licenses for 7-Eleven
I'll
and tobacco.
I second. I haven't been able to get a word in edgewise.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? No. Okay, let's vote. All in favor of approving? Aye.
The ayes have it.
I abstained.
Okay. Make a note that Coleman abstained.
Now we need a motion to go back into the select board meeting from the liquor board at 8:53, please.
You'll be all right, Caroline.
Yes, and I need...
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, motion been made and seconded to come out of liquor board.
Excuse me. Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye?
No.
Sorry, who seconded that one?
Sure.
I did.
Thank you.
Aye. I'm sorry I missed that, wherever we were.
Okay.
Got distracted, Caroline.
So we've got our town administrator update, so we are done there.
We did?
Do you want me to put? Well, she handed it to us.
I didn't get one. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, I didn't see him here. I didn't even see her hand it out.
Oh, I didn't hear what you'd asked. I'm sorry. We could have answered it on this end of the table.
Did you get one?
Okay, so we have that. Do we want to go into executive session before we approve past minutes, review bills?
Are you doing bills tonight?
No, but I'm gonna give them to you, and then I'll probably leave.
Okay, great.
So shouldn't we do the bill, get as much stuff as we can on the thing and then go to executive session?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine with me. Okay.
We get as much out of the way.
So
Because we
did-
can't make a decision in executive session anyways, it's just discussion.
We had to come out.
Start with you. They're all in alphabetical order. So don't
think they will be when we
mix them
get
up.
Can I just give you the big folder?
No,
No?
that's
And there's
holy
Debbie's,
full.
gave you guys the financials as well.
I don't want to be responsible.
Here, so you start red, and when you get red again, we're done.
Got it, thank you. And I'm going to take one of these.
2. Take the top one, everyone.
I'm going to get, nope, I'm going to do that the right way this time.
You get all of them, you get one.
Yes, it seems, yeah. 12 for me, nothing for you.
Okay, is there just one thing? She made a bunch of copies. Okay, here you go.
I know, and I put this one forward.
That doesn't block your
Yes, I remember.
Yep, you're good. I don't want to fumble through here in a fire in the middle of the night. Not be able to get out of here. No. I'm just
I
saying.
never get the notes come through in the night.
What the frig is that? I don't quite understand that. Hand delivered heating fuel.
Did they run out?
I don't know.
Which way are we going? That way?
It's under $100, I'm not gonna frame it.
Yeah, I don't quite understand how you hand deliver heat.
They bring us 5-gallon
5-gallon
jugs.
pail.
What is the New Hampshire recycling voting dues? Scott signed off on it, but I've never seen this.
Is that our,
Oh, formerly NRRA per Scott. I still don't know what that is.
So we've been a member of that for a while.
Okay, great, Al, thank you.
I don't remember seeing dues from the NRRA, but I do remember when I worked at the transfer station being a member of there.
I did wash my hands just so y'all know before I'm touching this.
Thank God, I don't want to get sick.
I know, I think I got it from Paul over the phone actually, because I haven't been near it.
So it's a RAM, it's a RAM, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Any idea why Coleman's is 60 days out or behind?
Because they quite often don't send bills.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine.
Because I got one that was 90 days.
Oh, okay,
And
my bad.
It's small.
Thank you.
You may want to just stand there.
I was gonna tell you, I didn't know, so.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, they just don't send bills every month.
Okay,
They send
all right,
when
but
they get ready.
as long as there's not a finance charge on there, if they're not
Correct.
sending the bill.
That's my explanation of it,
Okay,
because
no,
that's what
that's
happened
awesome, thanks.
to my person, the bill I got from them just the other day.
So this is for the, this bill from Ron is for the new computers, keyboard, monitor, blah, 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 on-site visit, yep. And that all went well with you, Caroline? You worked
Yes,
well
so,
together?
yes. If one of
Fantastic.
us, yep, could remember to ask when they do the new bill. They weren't cleaning, so why did they?
I think that was a question that you
last
were
one
going
thing.
to.
I want to hold that, with your blessing, I want to hold that check and
Which one? Cleaning?
find out what.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no
Yep.
problem with that.
And I think you can ask how many hours.
I'm just,
I don't know, I mean, just per building, average, ballpark.
that'd be,
And I mean, and Melissa confirmed it, $50 an hour per person.
Yep.
So we have the, we
Yeah,
know
you
what the
can
average.
do.
I'm just not sure that they've been cleaning at all those sites every single week, because Debbie and I have both questioned it without any answer, and it's a lot of money.
I agree. There's no, the quantity doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what I'm saying, does that mean one person in 1 hour?
Because these don't even match the original contract, which I know Lissa and Scott has altered, there's nothing in writing, but these don't even match that.
Need the number and the total amount
I didn't see that. I don't know where that is.
on the main page, okay.
I haven't seen the main page.
So were these checks?
Warrant report 933373.
That was to do
933
with the
373.
architecture stuff.
93373.
And then this was for the
And what's the
extra,
total?
That one, Christie?
this was for the
31.
architectural.
884 cents.
Extra work we had the engineering firms do for
That one, I can't see,
the.
that's.
Yep, the red is back to me,
and the
so as soon as I'm done with this one.
Okay, because
So that can
they
go on top
contracted
of that.
that, but we
Yep.
paid them to have it done. Is my read on that, okay?
I saw that one, Stuart. I don't know how, but I did.
Yep. Because that was the first one that you got.
Okay, great, thank you for keeping track of it.
Yeah, somebody had to.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Barb's up in Alaska, she just got a cold.
I'm telling you, I've been sick all winter. I've been behind my glass. I haven't been anywhere. I kind of just came on yesterday when I went home.
You think it might be allergies from things being
could
in the
be.
air? We had the
When you
window
got up,
open, that's what I
There
thought.
was some cleaning.
I opened my bedroom
When
door
you
to
got up
sleep
to go
now.
to the, get a.
So it very well could be.
There was a strong smell. I thought you spilled some cleaning fluid or something. Seriously? Did you smell it?
I don't
No, I smelled something, but I didn't know.
That's what it was.
Really?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Maybe it's when you moved your chair just right? And
Okay.
after they
So-
cleaned the carpets?
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve pay order number, or warrant 93373 in the amount of $31,800.84.
Stacy, we've been waiting all night for you.
I would like to make a motion to approve, or pay order, 93373, not pay order. See, screwed it up anyways. I don't remember the amount, so we're going with that.
That's fine. Can I get a second?
1,884.
Thank you.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Can I just sign it real quick so I can run to the restroom, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You just want to sign it before I touch it.
Yep. You got it. I want to touch it.
Hello.
Cooties.
I figure I'm gonna get everything from those twins first. Okay. So we need to we need to approve past minutes. So has everyone read the meeting minutes from March 18th?
Yes.
10 pages of them, for Christ's sakes.
No,
Wait up tonight.
Yeah.
but look at the back.
Well, it's because there's exhibits and things and Caroline,
Is there anyone?
this is financials.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so did anyone make a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from.
Motion made, can I get a second?
Second. Oh, go ahead, Stuart.
Motion made and seconded. Don't leave before the
I'm
vote.
not going anywhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
All right.
All right. We didn't wait for Stacy because we've got enough votes. All right. And then that goes there. All right, so now we have gotten through our agenda. My goal to be out before 9 failed. So can I get a motion to go into executive session about personnel matters?
Yes, I make a motion at 9:03 to go into executive session.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay, we are now in executive session.
Oh, it will be.
We will deadline,
we had a
it's
lot
my
of-
bedtime.
We had
I covered myself.
Go ahead, Julie, you've been.
We are coming out of executive session at 9:49 PM for those of you.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Stuart and Beth second, all in favor? Aye. We are out of executive session, and I'd like to turn the floor over to Beth.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to give Christy benefits, full benefits, as she has hit the hourly requirement and has for several weeks.
Months.
So that will start immediately going forward, is the motion I'd like to make.
I second.
It might be it might have to start on the first of the month.
Okay, yeah, right, I forgot about that. Right. Right, so today.
That motion, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so I'm motioning to give Christy Boswell full benefits as she has been meeting for months, the hourly requirement to receive them. And in order to be legal, we need to give her those benefits. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And Stacy seconded. Right?
Yeah, I did. I don't know, that was 3 minutes ago.
Sorry.
Motion been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And I didn't vote.
Okay, so, and then I will turn the floor over to Christy Boswell.
So we have made a decision to proceed with a legal action for a resident that won't respond to communications and has been operating an STR for a long time without a license.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so, any other business?
No, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn at 9:52.
I second
So wait till 10, for God's sakes.
Look, you're not getting hourly.
Okay, all in favor?
No, go ahead, I'll wait after.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good, go ahead.
All in favor of adjourning the meeting?
Aye.
Aye.
Maybe.
I just want to